Softwar by Jason P. Lowery, produced by Parker Banks at pbanks.net and youtube.com/pbanks. Dysfunctions of abstract power. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Robert Ingersoll. Now that we have explored how abstract power hierarchies are created and utilized by modern human society, we can discuss how and why they become dysfunctional. As a warning to the reader, this section and the next section consist entirely of politically and emotionally charged concepts. The purpose of this discussion is to explore the question of why humans fight wars as thoroughly as possible. This will lay the conceptual foundation for understanding why people might consider using soft warfighting protocols like Bitcoin. If the theory presented by the author is true that Bitcoin represents a soft form of electro-cyber warfighting, then an explanation for why people feel compelled to fight wars doubles as an explanation for why people might feel compelled to adopt Bitcoin. If the reader is not interested in reading about political concepts related to why people fight wars, then they are encouraged to move on to the next sections, as skipping over this section will not substantially degrade from the reader's ability to understand later concepts about Bitcoin. The main takeaway from this section is that the dysfunctions associated with abstract power hierarchies are very similar, whether those abstract power hierarchies are encoded by rules of law or they're encoded by software. In both cases, there's a reason why humans eventually become so frustrated and discontented with their existing abstract power hierarchies that they pivot to using physical power to settle their property disputes and secure the policy or property they value. A secondary takeaway from this section is that the reasons why people become frustrated with their abstract power hierarchies are likely going to remain the same, no matter if the resources under people's control are physical, for example land, or digital, for example bits of information. In other words, the same reason why people would feel compelled to project physical power to secure physical property will likely be the same as the reasons why people would feel compelled to project physical power to secure digital property. It's important to acknowledge that our modern agrarian way of life has a dark side. When hunting a pack of significantly more powerful animals using nothing but rocks and spears, each human's individual contribution to their small Paleolithic tribe matters, and no single person wields appreciably larger amounts of physical power than others. Within these small tribes, survival depends heavily upon forming deep, lasting, trusting relationships with peers. Effective communication becomes an existential imperative, and prosperity depends upon adopting flat organizational relationships, which optimize for the lateral transfer of knowledge. This is one of many explanations for why anatomically and behaviorally modern Upper Paleolithic sapiens lived in highly egalitarian and non-hierarchical societies, as evidenced by how they buried their dead. In contrast, when living a sedentary life of comfort, complacency, and resource abundance, it is possible to afford to be more isolated from each other and adopt inegalitarian relationships which optimize for hierarchical command and control. The way sapiens organized themselves changed dramatically during the transition from the Upper Paleolithic era to the Neolithic era. Sapiens started to believe they were metaphysically transcendent to their natural environment. They started believing in imaginary powers, which quickly blossomed into beliefs about god-kings. They began to forfeit their physical power in exchange for abstract power, trading their highly representative and egalitarian resource management systems for non-representative, inegalitarian, and systemically vulnerable abstract power hierarchies where imaginary power and resource control authority split across imaginary positions and silos. These abstract power hierarchies were intentionally designed to give a select few members of the population sustained and unimpeachable control authority over the population's most valuable resources using an imaginary source of power and authority. When these new types of abstract power-based dominance hierarchies formed, sapiens stopped hunting for food and started hunting for abstract power and resource control authority for each other's resources instead. People were particularly interested in gaining control authority over irrigated farmland. They stopped hunting for caribou and started hunting each other, all for something which exists only within their imagination. This would imply that much of what modern agrarian humans fight over today are, ironically, the special permissions and authorities granted to high-ranking positions of abstract power hierarchies. Abstract power hierarchies which ostensibly exist to mitigate the need for using physical power to settle disputes and establish our dominance hierarchy. See the problem? By trying to create systems where we replace physical power with abstract power, we end up creating systems where we kill each other to gain abstract power. At first, the spread of agrarian society was constrained to river basins, and much of nature was safe from their exploitation and abuse. But after the invention of the plough and the enslavement of aurochs to pull those ploughs, sapiens were able to dredge up nutrients deeper in the soil. Combined with the discovery of irrigation, this allowed sapiens to irrigate land further away from river basins, enabling agrarian society to spread inland. In the wake of agriculture came artificially partitioned sections of land, generating enormous amounts of resource abundance. As resource abundance grew, the need for resources control hierarchies grew. This was far less of an issue when sapiens were still highly nomadic because they owned relatively little possessions. To that end, sapiens invented abstract power hierarchies to manage control authority over their agrarian resources, namely irrigated land. They created imaginary power and authority in the form of rank and title to serve as a surrogate to real power. As Charles Foster summarizes, with title came a sense of entitlement. Sapiens started to feel superior to their fellow humans because of systems they developed to take account of their excess resources. A consensual hallucination emerged that sapiens have an inherent right to rule over nature. Perhaps even more absurdly, the self-worth of entire sapient populations became tied to how much rank and title they have. To paraphrase Foster, after the emergence of domestication and agriculture and abstract power hierarchies, the growth rate of sapient brains started to reverse course and to shrink, as all animal brains do when they become domesticated, even in fish. Highly infectious diseases emerged, famines emerged, occupational diseases emerged, dietary deficiencies emerged, iron deficiencies emerged, severe mental health deficiencies emerged, closed-minded and intolerant monocultures emerged, political competitions and infighting emerged, excessive resources gave rise to excessively large tribes, populations grew so large that sapiens started to experience something they hadn't experienced before: anonymity. The ability to be anonymous in excessively large tribes translates to the ability to prey on tribe members without the natural deterrence of social and reputational damage. Consequently, crime emerged, and with it the need for a formal mechanism of deterrence and delivery of punishments. Police emerged, and with it came the systemic vulnerabilities of the police becoming criminal organizations in and of themselves, giving rise to one of many forms of corruption within abstract power hierarchies. On top of all these other features to blossom from the fertile soil of modern agrarian society, so too did the profession of warfighting, a far less lethal byproduct of agrarian society in comparison to infectious disease, dietary deficiencies, and famine, but one that seems to get far more people's attention. During the transition of sapient social organization from egalitarian hunter-gatherers to farmers and god-kings, our fossil record indicates that despite their natural instincts, humans started killing each other far more commonly and at unprecedented scale. It appears they started fighting each other so they could have imaginary power and control authority over their agrarian resources. They started fighting for the right to define what right is, as well as for the right to write the laws of their abstract power hierarchies based on what they define right to be. During the Upper Paleolithic era of behavioral modernity, evidence of human-on-human killing is minimal, but during the gradual transition to the Neolithic era, Evidence of killing accelerates alongside the emergence of agriculture and their corresponding abstract power hierarchies. These observations are noteworthy because they illustrate how massive-scale human-on-human killing didn't appear to become popular until after domestication, after sapiens started believing they were superior to nature, after the emergence of rank-based dominance hierarchies, and after sapiens freely chose to adopt sedentary lifestyles which give unprecedented amounts of asymmetric top-down command and control authority over people's valuable resources for nothing more than imaginary reasons. Once these new characteristics of human society emerged, leisure time, that precious limited resource needed to establish one's own experiential knowledge and meaningful emotional connections with other sapiens, disappeared. It only takes 3 weeks for one farmer with a simple flint sickle to harvest enough cereal for a single family to eat over the entire course of a year, but farmers labor year-round, spending most of their time growing and harvesting grain for people they will never know. If a Neolithic farmer were to travel back to the Upper Paleolithic era and make an attempt to explain how agrarian society functions to a Paleolithic hunter-gatherer, the farmer would have to explain how sapiens decided it was a good idea to stop roaming the land and start spending the majority of their lives in one place, laboring to produce unnecessarily large quantities of food for strangers, while simultaneously fighting and killing each other at unprecedented scale because of abstract belief systems where strangers wield imaginary power and control authority over the resources they produce for ideological reasons. And what motivates agrarian populations to do this, so they can strive to afford the luxury of a fraction of the amount of leisure time, travel, freedom, lack of infectious disease, and meaningful interpersonal connection that their Paleolithic ancestors had in abundant quantity prior to the invention of agriculture and their corresponding abstract power-based dominance hierarchies. The hunter-gatherers would likely be quick to point out to the farmer that the primary aspiration of modern agrarian society is to escape from the systemic prison they created for themselves. Ironically, agriculture was invented by sapiens in pursuit of energy efficiency, to not have to spend so much time and energy hunting and gathering their own food. It was also intended to reduce physical injury, to not have to risk personal injury securing access to food. Tragically, in their pursuit of safer and more energy-efficient methods for gaining and maintaining access to food resources, sapiens ended up creating systems which take more energy to maintain and result in more fighting and injury to keep secure. They traded the burden of having to chase down caribou with the burden of having to kill each other at unprecedented and unnatural scales to keep their arbitrarily partitioned plots of highly vulnerable irrigated land safe against neighboring abstract power hierarchies or abusive god-kings. An intellectually honest person should therefore not be so quick to cherish agrarian society's way of life with unthinking conventional reverence, because in many ways it backfired on them. Foster offers the following explanation for how sapiens placed themselves into this predicament. Humans, no, let's be honest, we wanted convenience and what we saw as security. We wanted to reduce or eliminate contingency. We sought to rule the natural world and began to see ourselves as distinct from it rather than part of it. Our early efforts at control were, in one sense only, very successful. We managed to produce a lot of calories in one place. That caused a population explosion. Once the population started to increase, there was no way back. We had to produce more calories and to increase the size of the places in which we produced them. There was no escape from the places, enter status, surplus, markets, all sorts of camp followers, including overcrowding, loneliness, occupational disease, diseases of sedentary life, and epidemics of infection diseases. Continue synergistically for 12,000 years or so, and you have us. Foster and many other anthropologists explain how sapiens systemically trapped themselves with agriculture. He argues the first cities from which civilization emerged represent the point when sapiens lost all their options and were forced down a hazardous path from which they can't escape. Farming like heroin is easier to get into than out of. Surpluses boost population, and high population kills all the animals and eats all the nuts and berries from miles around, making return impossible. Once the jaws of monoculture close around you, that's it. You've just got to go on producing more, and when you start trading, the law of supply and demand increases the pressure, binds you more tightly to the wheel. For these and many other reasons, modern civilization can be seen as a cautionary tale. If our upper Paleolithic ancestors could see how modern agrarian domesticated sapiens live today, they would probably not envy our lives. Humans replaced the emotionally fulfilling challenge of hunting and gathering, for which we were psychologically and physiologically optimized, with unnaturally sedentary and laborious lives filled with social isolation, infectious diseases, health deficiencies, warfighting, and probably most devastating of all, high-ranking sociopaths who psychologically abuse and systemically exploit their populations through their belief systems at extraordinary scale. Clearly there are benefits to our modern way of life, but it's certainly not all sunshine and rainbows. The tragedy of modern civilization is that most sapiens alive today have only ever known isolated, sedentary, tediously laborious lifestyles teeming with inequality and systemic exploitation of their belief systems compared to the egalitarian, adventurous, dynamic lifestyles sapiens once had. Modern agrarian domesticated sapiens engorge themselves on cheap, artificial, and easy food. They chase after imaginary wealth and power, all while chasing the illusion of security and prosperity, blissfully unaware of the systemic hazards they place themselves in and the eye-watering levels of exploitation their belief systems routinely get subjected to. In the process of domesticating and entrapping animals, sapiens domesticated and entrapped themselves, and now they are incapable of knowing how utterly unhappy they are because they have never seen, known, or experienced anything except the inside of their agrarian cage. Sacrificing individual and collective security to spend less energy and cause less injury. The sapient instinct to not fatally injure fellow human beings is often stronger than the sapient instinct for self-preservation. People have such a powerful inclination to avoid hurting each other that they often refuse to injure people who represent a direct threat to their own life and limb, an instinct which militaries spend a great deal of time and effort to overcome with training. It should therefore come as no surprise to the reader that sapiens will accept the flaws of abstract power hierarchies for the sake of not having to injure each other. They will go against 4 billion years of natural selection and not use physical power to settle intraspecies disputes, establish control authority over intraspecies resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of intraspecies property. They will attempt, emphasis on the word attempt, different pecking order strategies than might is right or feed and breed the power projectors first, and try to ration their resources using non-physical techniques which don't risk physical injury. As discussed in the previous section, sapiens are so good at abstract thinking and so instinctively disinclined to physically injure each other, they invent imaginary sources of power to serve as a surrogate to physical power. They use this imaginary power to settle disputes, establish control authority over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their perceived property. When they do this, they tacitly trade something real, Watts, for something abstract, rank, creating a physically different system with different emergent behavior. The motivation for doing this primarily ideological less killing and less energy expenditure is something inherently good. Trading an energy-intensive resource control strategy prone to causing injury for an energy-conserving resource control strategy that, ostensibly, doesn't lead to physical injury is considered to be a better approach to solving the existential imperative of establishing pecking order for reasons that are difficult to explain without subjective and abstract reasoning. A flaw of this reasoning is that abstract power hierarchies clearly do lead to massive amounts of energy expenditure and physical injury due to their systemic dysfunctionality, more so than humans experienced prior to their invention. Abstract power's perceived advantages are derived from the fact that abstract power doesn't physically exist. Because abstract power doesn't physically exist, it is incapable of consuming energy or causing injury. This is considered to be a good thing because people think they can create abstract power hierarchies to serve as more energy-efficient and safer systems for settling disputes, establishing control authority over internal resources, and achieving consensus on the state of ownership and chain of custody of perceived property. But like most things, the decision to use abstract power versus physical power to manage resources comes with major systemic trade-offs. Because abstract power doesn't physically exist, that means it can't be physically constrained. Because abstract power doesn't consume energy or cause physical injury, that means it can be scaled and abused in ways that are highly exploitative, yet completely unattributable and imperceptible to entire populations of people. The physical differences between physical power and abstract power were outlined in the previous sections. These differences mean people should not expect to see the same complex emergent behavior between PPB and APB dominance hierarchies. But how often do people stop and think critically about these differences, as opposed to outright rejecting the idea of using physical power as the basis for managing resources because of abstract ideas that it is morally, ethically, or theologically bad? When sapiens trade physical power for abstract power, they make a trade-off in complex emergent behavior. What they sacrifice in the trade is systemic security. They take a resource control protocol that is demonstrably secure and vetted by 4 billion years of natural selection, and they trade it for a demonstrably insecure resource control protocol which is vulnerable to predation. They take a zero-trust, permissionless, inclusive, egalitarian, unbounded, and systemically exogenous resource control protocol, and they replace it with a non-inclusive, bounded, inegalitarian, and systemically endogenous protocol where a ruling class must be trusted not to abuse their abstract power, and a ruled class must tacitly have permission from that ruling class to have access to their property. They take a resource control structure that can be seen, vetted, physically constrained, and verifiably decentralized, and they replace it with a resource control structure that's invisible, that can neither be physically constrained nor verifiably decentralized. Then, they act surprised when an entirely different system with vastly different physical properties doesn't exhibit the same complex emergent behavior as the system they're trying to replace. To put it simply, people replace physical power with abstract power and then act surprised when it backfires on them by causing either foreign invasion or wide-scale systemic oppression. In exchange for energy efficiency and a desire to manage their resources with less physical injury, sapiens adopt abstract power hierarchies which undermine their own systemic security. This trade-off leads straight to severe losses in the form of foreign invasion or systemic exploitation, all of which must inevitably be resolved using far larger quantities of energy-intensive and injurious physical power than they probably would have needed if they had just been more inclined to recognize there is no viable replacement to physical power as the basis for resolving disputes in a zero-trust and egalitarian way. The systemic security flaws of abstract power hierarchies could explain why sapiens started killing each other at unprecedented scale following the emergence of agrarian society. We already know from the domestication of animals that there is a direct, causal relationship between systemic insecurity and interference of naturally selected pecking order heuristics. It is possible that over-reliance on imaginary power and abstract power hierarchies represents a form of self-domestication that actually causes, rather than merely correlates to, severe population-scale security vulnerabilities, which inevitably lead to sudden and explosive reversions back to physical confrontation. It's therefore entirely possible that a direct contributing factor of warfare, a phenomena which appears to have emerged alongside many other unfortunate side effects Associated with modern agrarian society, for example famine, infection disease, dietary deficiencies, physiological degeneration, is, counterintuitively, the abstract power hierarchies we ostensibly use to avoid warfare. In what would be a supremely ironic and tragic turn of events, it is feasible that sapiens cause far more inefficiency, waste, and death for themselves by trying to avoid physical conflict than by simply using physical power to settle their disputes. Their aversion to physical conflict may lead them to over-rely on abstract power as an alternative, but far less egalitarian or systemically insecure basis for establishing pecking order and managing resources, causing population-scale resource mismanagement, exploitation, and abuse to fester and blossom until the point where it must inevitably boil over into far more destructive wars. Nature suggests that might is right might actually be the right approach. Now is a good time to remind the reader of the core theoretical concepts of power projection in nature and the importance of correcting for survivorship bias. What we see in nature is what has survived a rigorous natural selection process. On the contrary, that means what we do not see in nature could be what didn't survive the same natural selection process. With this in mind, let's ask ourselves, what do we not see in nature? We don't see animals avoiding the use of physical power to establish pecking order and manage their internal resources. We see them optimizing for it. We see the strongest, most intelligent, and most physically aggressive animals rising to the top of practically every food chain in every biome. It's probably not the case that other resource management strategies which use less energy or cause less injury haven't been tested in the wild before. It's more likely the case that several alternative heuristics for establishing dominance hierarchies have been attempted many times before, but we don't observe them because they didn't survive. In other words, they weren't the right strategy. For the sake of scientific rigor, people should be willing to accept an immoral hypothesis that might is right, or feed and breed the strongest and most intelligent power projectors first, is the appropriate heuristic for establishing pecking order over our resources, simply because it's a demonstrably effective way to survive in a world filled with predators and entropy from which animals don't have the option of escaping. In other words, it might be worth accepting the downsides of using physical power as the basis for establishing pecking order over resources, because it's the most demonstrably successful protocol for survival. If you don't use physical power as the basis for establishing intraspecies pecking order, then you should, at the very least, not expect to have the same capacity for survival and prosperity as the animals who do, because that is clearly what we can observe in nature, and there's no reason to believe that sapiens would be an exception to nature. The use of physical power to settle disputes and establish resource control authority is no doubt energy-intensive and directly prone to injury, but it's clearly more capable of prospering in a world filled with predators. There are also major systemic benefits of physical power that abstract power is clearly incapable of replicating. Physical power doesn't require trust. Physical power doesn't require permission. Physical power is inclusive, egalitarian, unbounded, and systemically exogenous. When physical power is used as the basis for establishing pecking order, it creates a natural meritocracy which physically constrains and verifiably decentralizes how much control authority over resources any one single pack member can have. These systemic benefits explain why sapiens so frequently revert back to using physical power to settle intraspecies disputes and manage intraspecies resources, despite how energy-intensive and destructive it is. Wild animals who utilize physical power to establish their dominance hierarchies do not appear to be capable of perceiving that it is theologically, philosophically, or ideologically reprehensible. They don't appear to have neocortices capable of abstract thought, so they are incapable of being peer-pressured into believing that physical power-based resource control protocols are bad. Instead, animals simply accept the energy expenditure and risk of injury. Instead of trying to find a replacement to physical power, they evolve special technologies which continue to allow them to use physical power as the basis of settling disputes and establishing pecking order, but mitigate the threat of physical injury, for example, Antlers. People look down upon wild animals and condemn their pecking order heuristics as brutish or unfair. What they ignore is that animals which use physical power as the basis for settling property disputes or establishing control authority over their resources don't appear to experience psychological exploitation of their abstract belief systems or incompetent mismanagement or near-routine catastrophic collapses of abstract power hierarchies which lead to famine and warfare. Animals which don't believe in imaginary systems don't suffer from countless problems which arise from giving members of a pack too much physically unconstrained abstract power and asymmetric control authority over their resources. Unconstrained abstract power. Hierarchies can breed complacency and corruption. Great civilizations are not murdered, they commit suicide. Arnold Toynbee. 5,000 years of written testimony indicates that sapiens have not transcended primordial economics. Their resources are depleted because they stop capturing them. Their abstract power hierarchies become teeming with politicking and get regulatorily captured by incompetent, corrupt, or self-serving intermediaries who abuse their rank, mismanage internal resources, and systemically exploit the rules. This breeds social distrust and civil unrest. Inevitably, opportunistic neighbors arrive at the gate. Physical aggressors or corrupt officials justify their actions using theological, philosophical, or ideological pretenses. But the primordial economic reasons for their attacks remain the same. The study of sapiens' written history is the study of the catastrophic dysfunctionality of abstract power hierarchies and a continuous return to physical power as the basis to settle disputes, re-establish control authority over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property. No matter how much people like to pride themselves on developing more energy-efficient or peaceful abstract power hierarchies they so meticulously codify using rules of law, history makes it very clear that these systems are highly dysfunctional and utterly incapable of producing a secure society for long durations of time. These systems appear to last for short durations of time, where it's possible for populations to trust their high-ranking adjudicators not to become incompetent or abusive with their authority. Otherwise, these systems only last as long as it takes for hungry neighbors to sense physical weakness and devour their prey. As anthropologist Peter Turchin observes, there is a pattern that we see recurring throughout history. When survival is no longer at stake, selfish elites and other special interest groups capture the political agenda. The spirit that we are all in the same boat disappears and is replaced by a winner-take-all mentality. As the elites enrich themselves, the rest of the population is increasingly impoverished. Rampant inequality of wealth further corrodes cooperation. Beyond a certain point, a formerly great empire becomes so dysfunctional that smaller, more cohesive neighbors begin tearing it apart. Eventually, the capacity for cooperation declines to such a low level that barbarians can strike at the very heart of the empire without encountering significant resistance. But barbarians at the gate are not the real cause of imperial collapse. They are a consequence. Early agrarian societies had highly exploitative, rank-based power hierarchies led by tyrannical god-kings, but then transitioned to less exploitative, rank-based hierarchies over thousands of years. Why? Because of people who risked life and limb to impose severe physical costs on their oppressors and invaders. Rarely did people negotiate their way out of their god-kingdoms, oppressive empires, and total monarchies. They bought their way out by paying a high price in bloodshed. Somehow, populations keep allowing themselves to forget these dynamics. Despite how many times sapiens have relearned the same lesson the same hard way, they keep forgetting it. Perhaps it is because of short memory spans that we let ourselves forget that oppression begins with our belief systems. Oppression happens when storytellers use rhetoric to persuade people to delegitimize their physical power, watts, reify imaginary power, rank, give control authority over resources to the people with the most amount of rank. Early god-kings mastered this strategy using theological constructs to convince thousands of people they were living gods, metaphysically superior to others and transcendent to nature. Citizens living within these abstract power hierarchies legitimately believed their leader's imaginary power was something concretely real, just like how today people still believe that the imaginary power of high-ranking people is concretely real. As a result, early agrarian society became domesticated and enslaved. They forfeited the meritocracy of their physical power for the imaginary power of their god-kings, and as a result, they were literally put in cages. The abstract power of god-kings was legitimized and hypostatized by the physical power of role-playing enforcers, but that physical power was often dwarfed by the physical power of the population being oppressed. This begs the question, why didn't these populations rise against their oppressors sooner? The God King's enforcers represented only a small portion of the population and could have, and eventually were, overthrown by slaves and working-class people who far outnumbered their oppressors. This means a major contributing factor to the high levels of systemic exploitation and abuse of God King abstract power hierarchies was pacifism, a lack of willingness to impose physical costs on oppressors because of ideological beliefs. The ruled class was not inclined to spend the energy or risk the injury required to countervail the control authority of their oppressors by making it impossible to justify the physical cost of exploiting them. Just like all other types of domesticated animals, a major factor which contributed to the egregious levels of systemic exploitation and abuse experienced by early agrarian populations was their lack of physical aggression. Their abstract beliefs about the imaginary power of their god kings made them docile, submissive, and easily exploitable. These dynamics of oppression have not changed over the years, just the abstractions used to convince people to forfeit their physical power and their ability to impose severe physical costs on their attackers. Today, populations adopt pacifist belief systems for other abstract reasons. In the Bronze and Iron Ages, oppressors used theology to reify abstract power and persuade people to forfeit their physical power, that is, obey the ruling class because God said so. After that went out of style, oppressors started using increasingly more philosophical or ideological constructs, that is, obey the ruling class because they represent moral and ethical good. For some reason, philosophical or ideological approaches to creating abstract power hierarchies are perceived to be less vulnerable to systemic exploitation and abuse than theological approaches. This doesn't make rational sense because although they are more secular, philosophy and ideology are equally as abstract as theology, that is, good is as subjective to define as God, and therefore equally as vulnerable to the exact same reification fallacies god kings and monarchies used to prey upon to systemically exploit their populations. Greeks and Romans philosophized about moral good and divided their abstract power across an ostensibly representative group of voters. Meanwhile, they ran their empires on human slave labor who weren't allowed to vote. While senators pontificated about the equality of man and the moral imperative to establish governments more representative of the people, they deliberately codified laws which only represented and benefited specific types of people, specifically rich, white, literate males. Eventually, physical exploitation became too hard to do because of the blood trail it leaves. Physical power is explicit and active-aggressive, making it easy for populations to see the offenses being committed against them and organize to secure themselves. As a result, today the preferred way to exploit a population is to do it non-physically, usually through a population's belief system. Simply write laws with exploitable logic in them, deliberately encode vulnerabilities and attack vectors that you can exploit later. Slap ethically pleasant-sounding names on bills to fool the masses with morally camouflaged sleights of hand. These strategies work because they're subversive and passive-aggressive. Populations won't recognize they're being exploited. Or perhaps they will recognize that they're being exploited, but they won't be able to identify the root cause. The system itself. Abstract power. Hierarchies can motivate citizens to forfeit their physical strength and aggression. One way to systemically exploit modern sapiens is a form of domestication where people are persuaded via ideology to lay down their physical power and condemn their physically aggressive power projectors. The assertion is made that the use of physical power to establish control over resources or impose severe physical costs on others is morally reprehensible due to how energy-intensive and injurious it is. While perhaps well-intended, this argument is logically unsound when considering the core concepts of survival, natural selection, and the existential imperative of physical power to solve the survivor's dilemma. It's also blatantly ignorant to lessons offered by history. As a side note, this is a predominant argument against Bitcoin. People are making the assertion that Bitcoin is bad because of how energy-intensive it is, oblivious to what that physical power is being used to impose severe physical costs on attackers. Ideologists will argue that sapiens are somehow above natural selection or morally superior to or exempt from it. They will persuade people to lay down their power projection technology out of moral necessity in favor of peaceful, abstract power hierarchies codified into rules of law, which of course place the ideologists which define what right is at the top of the ranks within the resource control hierarchy. Oblivious to the meaningful systemic differences between physical and abstract power-based resource control structures, a population will pride itself on their moral and ethical superiority and their effort to replace physical power with abstract power to establish pecking order. In exchange for the promise of less energy expenditure and less potential for injury, they will remove the physical constraints preventing belligerent actors from invading or exploiting them. Depending on how trustworthy and benevolent people are, a society which hamstrings their own ability to impose severe physical costs on threats may enjoy a few generations of economic surplus and resource abundance due to the efficiencies gained by blatantly ignoring their security responsibilities. But as written history very clearly shows, these societies struggle to survive long-term. Sooner or later, their governments become corrupt, or Hannibal arrives at the gate, and their future depends on their ability and willingness to summon as much physical power and aggression as quickly as they can to countervail the attack. But it's often too little, too late. As hard as they try and as well-intentioned as they may be, sapiens cannot escape nature. Primordial economics, natural selection, the survivor's dilemma, and the basic dynamics of survival are always in play regardless of how civilized sapiens feel they have become, or how well-designed their abstract power-based dominance hierarchies are. If a sapient population makes itself a ripe target of opportunity by not continually growing their CA by improving their ability to impose severe physical costs on neighbors, it risks getting devoured the same as any other living thing in nature does. Ideologists ignore 4 billion years of natural selection and attempt to replace physical power with abstract power for the sake of energy efficiency and injury avoidance. They argue they have a moral imperative to reduce waste, but then create trust-based, permission-based, inegalitarian, bounded, physically unconstrained, systemically insecure, imaginary power structures over resources which become extremely wasteful. Abstract power hierarchies create honeypot security problems with all honey but no sting. Honeybees offer a simple explanation for why abstract power hierarchies are so systemically insecure. Honeybees represent a literal honeypot security problem. They produce something everybody wants. To resolve their honeypot security problem, honeybees are equipped with stingers designed to inflict severe physical pain on attackers. Honeybees will sink their stingers so deep into the skin of their attackers that they can't detach without suffering from fatal disembowelment. This happens because a honeybee's stinger is not designed for self-defense. It is designed to achieve the complex emergent benefit of strategic security. This complex emergent benefit is a byproduct of the fact that honeybees are designed to maximize the amount of pain, that is severe, physically prohibitive cost, imposed on attackers to the point where it is fatal to the bees who produce that pain. The reason why this works is because of the simple primordial economic dynamics discussed in the previous chapter. Maximizing one's ability to impose physical costs, that is, increase CA, lowers the BCRA of the hive and successfully deters attack. In other words, honeybees prove that the solution to the literal honeypot security problem is to impose the maximum amount of physical pain on attackers as possible, even if it means risking physical injury. Abstract power hierarchies represent honeypot security problems. Their honey is asymmetric control authority over a population of people and their abundant resources. When abstract power hierarchies are codified into rules of law, they invite attacks from two types of threats: external invasion and internal corruption. The former uses physical power to perform the attack, whereas the latter uses the hierarchy's own belief system to perform the attack. In both cases, primordial economics offers a simple explanation for why these attacks occur. Abstract power, that is rank, and formally codified abstract power hierarchies, that is rules of law, generate enormous resource abundance and control authority, but they have no capacity to impose unbounded, infinitely expandable and severe physical costs on attackers. Consequently, their BCRA approaches infinity. Like producing a hive full of delicious honey, abstract power hierarchies create attractive and desirable things people want. But because the worker bees have no physical capacity to sting attackers, or more likely because they believe it's bad to sting people, they have no capacity or inclination to keep themselves systemically secure. Abstract power is all honey and no sting. Herein lies the primary strategic security flaw of abstract power hierarchies and their codified rules of law. The better they're designed, the more people use them and the more asymmetric resource control authority they produce. But as a population becomes increasingly reliant on abstract power to settle their disputes, establish control authority over their resources, and determine the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property, they risk self-domestication. They lose their capacity and inclination to impose severe physical costs on their oppressors. If they aren't aware of this risk, they will turn themselves into soft targets of opportunity to be invaded or systemically exploited. All it takes for this to happen at scale is for enough people to become convinced that physical power is bad. The systemic security threat caused by human domestication is why people should maintain a healthy caution for abstract power hierarchies. No abstract power hierarchy is safe from the systemic security flaws of abstract power. No matter how well designed they are, all abstract power hierarchies are systemically insecure against external invasion or internal exploitation if they don't incorporate the use of physical power to mitigate these threats. Over-reliance on non-physical adjudication methods like laws and courtrooms sounds desirable because of how energy-efficient and peaceful they sound, but this comes at the cost of creating a major strategic honeypot security problem. High-ranking positions start wielding asymmetric levels of abstract power and control authority over their population, increasing the BA of capturing those positions and simultaneously causing the population's BCRA to creep higher and higher. If they aren't careful, the population will turn into a hive of honeybees with no stingers, laboring to produce valuable honey for their queen, but physically incapable of, or morally disinclined, to keep themselves systemically secure by remaining physically strong and aggressive to keep their CA high and their BCRA low. Eventually, like everything else in nature who didn't get the memo on how primordial economics works, a population that doesn't do this will get devoured. To expect a population with a permanently increasing BCRA not to be attacked either internally or externally is to expect humans to not behave like humans. Without physical power, neither rules of law, nor the high-ranking people writing the laws and controlling the resources, nor the honest and well-intentioned users participating in these systems can secure themselves against attack. Because their power is strictly imaginary, abstract power hierarchies can only increase society's BA and therefore only increase their BCRA. From both a systemic security and primordial economic perspective, this is clearly not ideal for any organization seeking long-term survival and prosperity. The population is forced to trust in the benevolence of their neighbors or their rulers, not to physically attack or systemically exploit them, despite an ever-increasing benefit of doing so. And trust is a highly ineffective security strategy. Abstract power hierarchies are often founded on ideological principles which claim physical aggression is bad. The downside of this belief system is that it makes a population morally disinclined to be physically aggressive, that is, to do the thing that has already been proven to be the surviving solution to honeypot security problems. Honeybees quite literally represent nature's chosen solution to the exact same honeypot security problem that agrarian sapiens face with their irrigated land or whatever other valuable resource they want to protect. For example, bits of information transferred across cyberspace. The fittest solution to a honeypot security problem is, without a doubt, to maximize everyone's ability to sting the attacker, to impose as much severe physical cost as possible despite the risk of personal injury. In their state of ideologically induced docility, sapiens ignore nature's proven solution to the honeypot problem and become disinclined to impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on foreign invaders or internal exploiters, thus shrinking their own CA. This tendency of abstract power hierarchies to increase BA and decrease CA simultaneously is a major systemic security hazard because it can cause a population's BCRA to increase rapidly. This is the same primordial economic dynamic seen when humans domesticate animals, as well as when they hunt caribou. Tying this point back to the core concepts presented in the previous chapter, abstract power hierarchies and their codified rules of law represent the option 1 strategy for solving the survivor's dilemma. They represent a strategy for chasing after prosperity which actively reduces prosperity margin. History makes it clear that abstract power hierarchies which focus too much attention on resource abundance but too little attention on imposing severe physical costs on attackers are practically guaranteed to be devoured either from the outside via foreign invasion or from the inside via corruption. As desperately as people want to believe otherwise, no matter how well they are designed and codified, abstract power hierarchies can do nothing to physically prevent or constrain attacks. Abstract power can't stop unsympathetic neighbors or systemic exploitation, and too much reliance on abstract power causes a population to risk self-domestication. To be clear, the author is not arguing that society should end the practice of attempting to govern itself or manage resources using abstract power hierarchies codified via rules of law. Rules and rank-based abstract power hierarchies have no doubt helped facilitate cooperation and achieve extraordinary levels of resource abundance for sapiens across the world. The point is that abstract power hierarchies are trust-based and permission-based systems which are demonstrably insecure against corruption and invasion, and it is vital for societies to recognize these systemic security flaws. Abstract power hierarchies are demonstrably incapable of stopping physical power projectors. As much as people try, imaginary powers encoded by rules of law don't work against outsiders who aren't sympathetic to them. Genghis Khan doesn't care about your rank, your rights, or your rule of law. Abstract power is utterly incapable of disincentivizing foreign invasion and clearly incapable of physically preventing it. What does stop Genghis Khan? Projecting physical power to impose severe physical costs on him at the risk of using a lot of energy and risking a lot of injury to do so. From the perspective of primordial economics, natural resources like farmland create a honeypot target with high BCRA. Imagine laboring for years to create freshly irrigated and fertile land filled with specially designed grains capable of producing abundant amounts of food, but then doing nothing to impose severe physical costs on neighbors. Sapiens who don't physically secure their farmland actively invite predation by deliberately creating a high BCRA resource. In the early days of agrarian society, freshly irrigated land would have been like placing millions of dollars worth of cash into the middle of Times Square with no supervision or oversight, and then expecting nobody to take it. At a certain point, the blame for the losses associated with an attack goes to the people who are stupid enough to put millions of dollars worth of cash into the middle of Times Square with no supervision or oversight and expect it not to be attacked. What do you expect is going to happen when you put a high BCRA source of food in the middle of a continent filled with hungry and aggressive peak predators? Is Sargon the Conqueror really to blame, or are unrealistic expectations about how to survive and prosper in nature to blame? At a certain point, foreign invasion can be attributed to people who ignore primordial economics and proceed to design hazardous systems which produce egregiously high BCRA. Sapiens are first and foremost predators. To expect a group of sapiens not to attack something with a high BCRA is to expect sapiens not to behave like sapiens. As Nietzsche observed, even the body within which individuals treat each other as equals will have to be an incarnate will to power. It will strive to grow, spread, seize, become predominant, not from any morality or immorality, but because it is living and because life simply is will to power. Populations that seek to survive and prosper have a responsibility to understand life's relationship to power and design systems which are resilient to predation. Once freshly irrigated farmland has been created, sapiens must maintain and secure their farmland. After many generations pass, agrarian society becomes wholly attached to their farms, incapable of surviving any other way except by farming. Foster summarizes this dynamic as follows: "You've taken the hard coats off seeds and altered the instincts of cattle. They can't survive in the wild any more than you can. You have to be around to defend them. Forget a year-long ivory hunting or soul-searching break in the Derbyshire tundra. You've got to be on duty on your farm, protecting your crops and your stock from the vulnerabilities you've chosen for them. And if the envious people in the next village decide to beat their plowshares into swords, you've nowhere to run to. As hunter-gatherers, you had the whole world as refuge, and no resources, either physical or imaginative, to survive anywhere other than the farmstead." The need to physically secure farmland creates a need for specialized workforces of power projectors dedicated to imposing severe physical costs on anyone who tries to take that farmland. But if you create a specialized power projection workforce dedicated to defending your farm, you have technically created a dual-use power projection capability that can also be used to physically capture other farms. This creates a window of opportunity for you to become a predator. Or to be more accurate, for you to continue to be a predator. Just like other dual-use power projection tactics observed in nature, military workforces enable human organizations to affect both sides of the primordial economic equation. Not only can soldiers impose severe physical costs on neighbors to secure farmland, but they can also use their militaries to capture neighboring farmland. This dual-use power projection capability makes the military an extremely effective survival tool that was seemingly destined to become a strategic shelling point for agrarian society, just like any other dual-use power projection tactic observed in nature. It didn't take long for history's first recorded primordial economist, Sargon of Akkad, to figure out the dual-use benefits of militaries. Like a single-celled bacteria that had just discovered phagocytosis, Sargon subsumed neighboring Sumerian city-states with ease, focusing his attention on the ones with the highest BCRA. By physically compelling poorly defended city-states to forfeit control over their resources to the Akkadian Empire, Sargon popularized a trend which continues to this day. In modern times, populations with the most powerful militaries still have the most control authority over Earth's resources. The predatory game of eat or be eaten has essentially never changed. Encoding logical constraints into a system doesn't stop people from exploiting the system's logic. It is impossible over the longer term for laws to protect a population from manipulated money when the laws are influenced by the people that benefit most from that manipulation. Only an emergent parallel system outside of that control could solve that paradox. Jeff Booth, Something which has an even higher BCRA than an undefended farm is an abstract power hierarchy filled with people who wield imaginary power and control authority over the valuable resources produced by thousands of farms. It should come as no surprise to anyone who understands human nature that high-ranking people are going to be tempted to prey on the abstract belief system of their populations, especially if there's no severe physical cost for doing so. Government corruption is essentially a form of psychological abuse. To avoid spending energy or risking injury to settle their disputes and manage their resources, populations will adopt belief systems where they give people imaginary power. The people with imaginary power get control authority over the population's resources. The primary attack vector for any predator who wants to gain and maintain access to those valuable resources is to become the person with imaginary power and then exploit it. When they do this, they are exploiting the population through their own belief system. In response to this threat, people attempt to encode logical constraints into their abstract power hierarchies using rules of law. For example, when total monarchies proved to be too oppressive, people started creating rules of law called constitutions and forming new types of abstract power hierarchies like constitutional monarchies or republics. The problem with this approach is that these logical constraints are endogenous to the belief system, therefore they are just as capable as being exploited. And technically speaking, logical constraints are just as imaginary as the abstract power they ostensibly constrain. Here is a point that will be repeated throughout this thesis, because it's the leading contributing factor of both government corruption and cyber attacks. Logical constraints cannot stop people from systemically exploiting or abusing a belief system. They can only change the way people systemically exploit or abuse a belief system. In fact, logical constraints are often specially designed to have deliberate systemic vulnerabilities, for example, backdoors, trapdoors, loopholes, 0 days, to make them easier for malicious actors to subvert. Entrust sapiens with abstract power and give them asymmetric control authority over resources using formally codified logic, aka rules of law, and they will find a way to exploit that logic for their own personal advantage. It doesn't matter how good the logic is, people are demonstrably incapable of stopping other people from exploiting logic using logic. History makes it clear that different rules of law which codify different types of abstract power-based resource control structure designs will cause people to find different ways to exploit those control structures. The bottom line is that logic is often the source of systemic exploitation, not the solution to systemic exploitation. The exploitation of the law keeps happening because people keep making the mistake of thinking that high-ranking people with imaginary power can be constrained by written logic. Logical constraints can't prevent the exploitation of logical constraints. They just change the logic to be exploited. So merely adding more rules of law to an abstract power hierarchy to attempt the constraint, the abstract power of high-ranking positions, is never going to fully remove the threat of exploitation of abstract power. It's just going to change the way abstract power can and will be systemically exploited. Abstract power hierarchies have not become less systemically exploitable since the early days of God-kings. They are just exploited in different ways and at much larger scales. People get confused and they misattribute the less oppressive governments we have today to better encoded logic in the rules of law. In reality, rules of law are just as equally incapable at stopping God-kings as they were 7,000 years ago. The reason why we have less oppressive governments today is because people have spent a great deal of time, energy, and injury literally slaying their god-kings or their armies when they become too abusive or exploitative. After many revolutions, populations have learned to create rules of laws which are much more democratic, where abstract power and control authority is split across a larger number of organizations and positions, each which with different control authorities, that is, checks and balances, designed to make them more resistant to exploitation and abuse. It's a great idea in theory, but in practice, adding more checks and balances doesn't fully prevent people from exploiting or abusing their imaginary power. It just changes the way these rank-based control structures can and will be systemically exploited. If the author sounds like a broken record at this point, that is intentional. Voting systems are systemically exploitable. Great is the power, great is the authority of a Senate that is unanimous in its opinions. Cicero. Today, rank-based voting protocols are a core component of most modern democratic rules of law. Unfortunately, rank-based voting systems are vulnerable to systemic exploitation. A vote is another form of abstract power. Because abstract power is non-inclusive, bounded, and systemically endogenous, that is internal to a belief system with encoded logic that can be systemically exploited, that means votes are equally as non-inclusive, bounded, and systemically endogenous. People can, and have many times, taken advantage of the systemically exploitable properties of voting systems to the detriment of the people who depend on them to secure their rights. As Cicero observed, high-ranking people within a Senate can make themselves unimpeachable simply by gaining the majority vote. This means a systemically oppressed population cannot impeach higher-ranking and abusive intermediaries if those intermediaries succeed in capturing majority vote. This phenomenon holds true no matter how voting power is ostensibly decentralized across a deliberative representative assembly of people meeting together to make decisions on behalf of the entire membership. Consider a Roman-style Senate of 100 high-ranking people wielding control authority over a population in the form of voting power. All it takes to achieve unimpeachable control over the entire population is for 51 of those high-ranking people to collaborate as a centralized entity. In many ways, this type of centralized and unimpeachable abstract power is even more favorable than a king's abstract power because it's more difficult to see the threat of consolidated abstract power, especially when that abstract power is given a misleading name like stake, as will be discussed in the next chapter. People believe that creating a rule of law to logically constrain abstract power across 100 people protects them from high-ranking people consolidating and abusing abstract power. It doesn't. It just changes the way to consolidate and abuse abstract power. Instead of one person, a monarch, acting in their individual self-interest to systemically exploit the abstract power hierarchy, it takes 51% of people in a ministry or legislature acting in their mutual self-interest to exploit the abstract power hierarchy. The exact same security flaw exists regardless of the fact that people attempt to logically constrain it by splitting abstract power across a ministry or legislature. Therefore, logical constraints like decentralization of abstract power don't stop systemic exploitation of abstract power. It just changes how to systemically exploit it. Even if we ignore the fact that on multiple occasions throughout history, these techniques have proven to be demonstrably insufficient at securing citizens against consolidation and abuse of abstract power, it should be clear to the reader why these logical constraints don't work using simple logic. Dividing the imaginary power of one person across multiple positions in a ministry or legislature doesn't prevent those people from consolidating and exploiting their imaginary power. All this does is change how people can and will exploit their imaginary power when there's inevitably an increasing benefit to doing so. In other words, logic cannot constrain itself. Encoded logical constraints can do nothing to fully eliminate the exploitation of logic because encoded logic is as imaginary as the power they ostensibly constrain. Rank-based voting systems make it possible for conspirators to act with the same unimpeachable control authority of a king to serve a group's own interests as a corrupt king would do, but split their abstract power across separate identities to present the false appearance of a decentralized representative democracy. This is a well-known security vulnerability. Governments like the Roman Republic have attempted to mitigate this security vulnerability via term limits or sortition, but it clearly doesn't change the systemically exploitable features of the design. It just changes the names of the people with the means to exploit it. Whatever they're called and however they're done, the exploitation of voting protocols is as old as electoral systems themselves. The first rank-based voting systems employed by the Greeks were regulatorily captured by affluent white males as soon as they were invented, starting a 2,500-year-old trend of subtle, passive-aggressive, and highly calculating systemic exploitation of voting systems. Reminder that women didn't even have a right to vote in the US until only 103 years ago. Abstract power hierarchies can break down regardless of how well they're designed. We have 5,000 years of written testimony about the struggles of preventing abstract power hierarchies from becoming dysfunctional. Based on well-recorded events of history, we know that abstract power hierarchies are exploitative, abusive, and prone to near-routine collapse. Hungry and envious outsiders can and will be unsympathetic to them. Their design can and will not protect people from attackers. No matter how their rules of law are encoded, abstract power hierarchies can be systemically exploited by self-serving, incompetent rulers. People can and will abuse their rank and control authority for their own benefit. People can and will attempt to use their abstract power and resource control authority to oppress their populations. And they can and will get away with it for thousands of years if the population becomes too docile because they believe too much in theological, philosophical, and ideological abstractions which make them grossly unaware of the merits of physical power. For these and many other reasons we can verify using our own experiences and empirical knowledge, it's clear that populations can't prevent their abstract power hierarchies from being systemically exploited by their highest-ranking members or flat-out physically attacked by neighboring countries. We have been searching for an alternative to physical power as the basis for managing our property for thousands of years, and nothing we have tried has been able to survive. Eventually, Hannibal inevitably arrives at the gate, or the government becomes so self-serving and corrupt. After sapiens suffer enough losses, they eventually become willing to do what surviving animals already do: project physical power to settle their disputes, establish control authority over their resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property. People are eventually willing to spend the injury and risk the energy to secure the resources they value the way nature demands from every other animal in the wild. After all the rhetoric about how theologically, philosophically, and ideologically reprehensible physical power and aggression is, after all the unproductive attempts to negotiate and bargain with unimpeachable oppressors, and after all the unsuccessful efforts to improve the design of abstract power hierarchies by applying ineffective logical constraints, people eventually cry havoc and call for the use of physical power to patch up the security flaws of their dysfunctional systems and impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on their attackers. Despite how much people like to condemn the use of physical power to settle their disputes or establish their dominance hierarchies, surviving societies, emphasis on the word surviving, eventually come to terms with how nature works. To solve the survivor's dilemma, societies must master the art of projecting power to impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on their attackers. They must adopt tactics, techniques, and technologies which allow them to continually increase their CA and continuously lower their BCRA. Sapiens aren't miraculously exempt from primordial economics. If anything, the growing size of their tribes makes them even more vulnerable to their number one predator, themselves. Emergent benefits of warfighting. What this generation needs is a war. Yves Klein Blue. As much as people hate to admit it, war has emergent benefits for society. A primary value-delivered function of warfare is to decentralize zero trust and permissionless control over valuable resources in a systemically exogenous way that can't be systemically exploited or manipulated by people in high positions of rank. Thanks to more than 10,000 years of agrarian warfare, no person or polity has ever been able to gain full and unimpeachable control over the world's natural resources, no matter what they believe in and no matter how much abstract power they have consolidated. War has therefore acted as a great decentralizing force of human society that has successfully prevented the adoption of a single belief system which can be systemically exploited by an untrustworthy ruling class. The reason why this section and the preceding section devote so much time towards thoroughly analyzing the dysfunctions of abstract power hierarchies and the complex emergent social benefits of warfare is to prep the reader for the core argument of this grounded theory, which is that Bitcoin represents a soft, as in non-kinetic form of warfare that could be used to counteract the dysfunctions of software-aided abstract power hierarchies that might emerge in digital age society. Therefore, to understand the necessity and complex emergent benefits of power projection protocols like proof of work, it's necessary to understand the necessity and complex emergent benefits of warfare. As this section argues, they're effectively the same thing for most intents and purposes. The point of warfare is to decentralize abstract power and to preserve zero trust and permissionless control over resources, and so is the purpose of proof-of-work protocols like the one used by Bitcoin. To understand the complex benefits of proof-of-work, understand the complex benefits of war. Not surprisingly, this is a difficult topic to discuss. It would not be possible to present a theory about Bitcoin as a soft form of warfighting without a detailed exploration of the complex socio-technical benefits of warfighting. If the author's theory is valid that proof-of-work represents soft electro-cyber warfare, then the arguments provided in this section should simultaneously apply to Bitcoin. Here, the author will attempt to illustrate the similarities. While coding data for this grounded theory, the author discovered that the most common objection to the comparison between Bitcoin and warfare was due to an ideological objection to warfare rather than a logical objection. People don't like making logical comparisons between Bitcoin and warfare because they believe that warfare is ideologically bad. This objection was so common that the author felt it was necessary to dedicate a substantial amount of time exploring this concept as thoroughly. As a result, this section is quite long and in some cases repetitive because of ground theory's constant comparative method. So if the reader has no ideological objections to warfare, they are encouraged to move on after the section "Warfighting is a safety feature, not a bug." If the reader does have strong ideological objections to warfighting, or they strongly object to logical comparisons between proof-of-work protocols like Bitcoin and warfare, then they're encouraged to read this entire section to get a thorough breakdown of concepts which explain why it could be inappropriate to claim that warfare is objectively bad. There are many well-researched and well-documented complex emergent socio-technical benefits to warfare, namely the ability to secure the policies and properties that people value, that people ought to consider before they reject this theory for ideological reasons. By explaining the complex emergent benefits of warfare, the author hopes that it will be easier for the reader to understand later discussions about what complex emergent benefits Bitcoin could bring to society as a soft or non-lethal physical power projection technology. Conversely, by explaining why it's questionably ethical to accuse warfare as being ideologically bad, the author hopes to make it easier to understand why it's questionably ethical to accuse proof-of-work technologies like Bitcoin of being ideologically bad. A common ideological objection to proof-of-work is that it's bad for the environment because of the amount of energy it uses. If the theory is valid that Bitcoin represents a soft form of warfare, then a valid counter-argument against people who ideologically object to war might simultaneously function as a valid counter-argument against people who ideologically object to proof-of-work technologies like Bitcoin. In other words, an effective argument against pacifism should double as an effective argument against those who oppose Bitcoin because of its energy usage. This section is therefore relevant to a discussion about Bitcoin, even though it might not appear to be on the surface. Such is an advantage of a grounded theory methodology, as it's explicitly designed to uncover these conceptual relationships in counterintuitive ways. A primary takeaway from this section is that rejecting proof of work because it ostensibly uses too much energy is functionally the same argument that pacifists use to condemn warfare. If valid, this would not only suggest that anti-pacifism arguments double as pro-proof of work arguments, but it would also further reinforce the theory that Bitcoin is indeed a form of warfare. The fact that the arguments presented in this section align with Bitcoin's subject matter further validates the author's overarching theory that Bitcoin is indeed a new form of warfare that could dramatically impact how national strategic security is achieved in the digital age. Wars remind humans that humans haven't outsmarted nature. War could be described as the byproduct of four flawed human assumptions. First, people assume that other humans can be trusted the same at increasingly high scales of cooperation. Second, people believe that trustworthy people will remain trustworthy as they gain exponentially more abstract power and control authority within a given abstract power-based dominance hierarchy. Third, people believe they can sufficiently constrain other people from abusing their abstract power using logical constraints encoded into rules of law. Fourth, humans assume they are exceptions to nature, that there was ever a time where they didn't fight and kill for their resources. Humans continually fight and kill for their resources, but most people in modern polities outsource this ugly business to specialized workforces like militaries and butchers. For some reason, humans like to adopt belief systems where there's some kind of special exception to nature. Because people are so prone to making these faulty assumptions, they design and adopt trust-based and permission-based belief systems where they are neither protected by nor against the abstract power of their adopted ruling class. It should therefore come as no surprise that these belief systems are systemically insecure. In every abstract power hierarchy, the ruling class is physically powerless to defend their population against outside threats, and the ruled class is physically powerless to defend their polity against insider threats. For these reasons, abstract power hierarchies have a well-recorded history of being invaded or corrupted unless physical power, aka warfare, is used to compensate for these security flaws. Warfare is a recurring phenomenon because 1. The abstract power hierarchies created by human belief systems are routinely dysfunctional because they're so systemically insecure, and 2. There doesn't appear to have been a time in the 4-billion-year history of life on Earth where it hasn't been necessary to project physical power to gain and maintain access to vital resources. War appears to be the activity which occurs after a population relearns the same lesson that abstract power-based dominance hierarchies are systemically insecure against invasion and corruption. War is essentially an act of capitulation when people who subscribe to a belief system tacitly admit to the flaws of their assumptions. During times of war, people implicitly confess that abstract power hierarchies are flawed because 1. People cannot be trusted with abstract power, and 2. Encoded logic can't constrain people from abusing their abstract power. During war, a population acknowledges they can neither secure themselves with imaginary power nor against imaginary power. As much as they hate it, they have to use real power because their imagination alone isn't going to protect and defend them. War can be summarized as the act of domesticated sapiens rediscovering, time and time again, that there is no viable substitute for physical power, aka Watts, as the basis for settling their disputes, establishing control authority over their resources, and achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property in a systemically secure way. War is the act of people admitting that trust-based and permission-based control authority over valuable resources using abstract power hierarchies is not a viable substitute for zero trust and permissionless control authority over valuable resources using physical power. War is incontrovertible proof that dominance hierarchies based on abstract power do not sufficiently replace dominance hierarchies based on abstract power. War proves that as much as humans imagine they can break free of physics and nature and learn to settle their intraspecies resource disputes or establish their intraspecies pecking order using something other than physical power, they can't. War proves they can't. No matter how much thinking and design logic they try to throw at the problem, there is incontrovertibly no viable replacement for physical power as the basis for settling disputes and establishing dominance hierarchies with the same complex emergent properties. Wars create zero trust and permissionless control over resources. A primary value-delivered function of warfighting is zero trust and permissionless control over valuable resources. War gives people a way to settle disputes, establish control over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property in a way that does not require them to trust anyone or ask anyone's permission. War gives agrarian society a way to manage their resources the same way wild animals already do. War is therefore an act of people behaving like the creatures they really are. Wild animals and one of the planet's most lethal apex predators. When people watch humans physically fighting each other, they watch the natural, undomesticated version of themselves. Not surprisingly, domesticated people find this activity to be repulsive and beneath them, just like they would probably find many other things in nature to be repulsive and beneath them. From their high tower far above the rest of the food chain, they forget how they got into that high tower. In these situations, war serves as a reminder that humans are still merely humans, that we still bite and claw and physically clash at each other to establish our intra-species dominance hierarchy, just like other wild pack animals must do so. Why? Chapter 3 already discussed why. Because Earth's resources are limited, the world is full of predators and entropy, and only the strongest and sharpest survive. War is a very humbling activity because it shows us that no matter how much we wish, we could think our way out of solving the survivor's dilemma, and no matter how much we can imagine that we have transcended nature, humans are nevertheless helpless against physics, primordial economics, and natural selection. War gives people the ability to resist systemic exploitation and abuse, aka belief system hackers. In 1503, Admiral Christopher Columbus landed near the north coast of what we now call Jamaica with a crippled fleet of merchant ships. When he arrived, native Jamaicans welcomed him and aided him, but over the following year, Columbus's crew were extremely abusive to their native hosts. They repeatedly stole from the natives, cheated them, raided them, and committed several other indiscretions, including rape and murder. Not surprisingly, the native Jamaicans responded by ceasing to provide aid. By 1504, Admiral Columbus's crew found themselves stranded on the shores of Jamaica and under threat of starvation. They could not leave because they did not have seaworthy ships, but they could not stay because they had an insufficient supply of food and were highly outnumbered by increasingly disgruntled natives. Desperate and danger close to starvation, Admiral Columbus did what many Europeans had already learned to do well. He used his literacy and storytelling skills to give himself abstract power. Thanks to his son's literacy and astronomy, Admiral Columbus was aware of an impending lunar eclipse. Armed with this knowledge, Columbus met with native Jamaican chiefs and warned them that God would become so angry with the natives for not providing Columbus's crew with resources that God would destroy their moon. Having already been betrayed by Columbus, the Jamaican chiefs learned not to trust Admiral Columbus's crew, so they initially did not believe him. But in late February 1504, a total lunar eclipse of the moon occurred over the skies of Jamaica, just as the Admiral Columbus's son said it would. In his journal, his son describes what happened next. The Indians grew so frightened that with great howling and lamentation they came running from all directions to the ships, laden with provisions, and praying the admiral to intercede with God, that he might not vent his wrath upon them, and promising they would diligently supply all their needs in the future. This story has several lessons which many domesticated people seem to forget. The core lesson is that people don't need an army to create and consolidate abstract power and use it to gain control authority over a population's valuable resources. They just need the population to have a belief system they can exploit. It is possible to inspire an entire population of people to bend to your will by barely lifting a finger. All it takes is a persuasive story. The God King playbook is extremely simple. Convince a population to adopt a common belief system, particularly a belief system which involves something or somebody with a lot of abstract power, and then exploit the population with it. For this reason, militaries have never been strictly necessary for the creation, consolidation, and expansion of abstract power and control authority over the world's precious resources. Instead, militaries are necessary for a limited number of occasions where people refuse to believe in someone's abstract power, when they are strong enough, courageous enough, and aggressive enough to physically resist being exploited through a belief system. The purpose of this anecdote is to highlight a complex emergent social benefit of warfighting which domesticated people unfortunately tend to overlook. When sapiens adopt abstract belief systems and ostensibly more peaceful ideologies as the basis for settling their intraspecies disputes and establishing their dominance hierarchy, they simultaneously adopt a belief system which can be molded, adjusted, and exploited. A clever foreigner can waltz right in and exploit these belief systems to give themselves the imaginary power of that belief system. On the contrary, when people use physical power as the basis for settling their disputes and establishing their dominance hierarchy, they adopt a system which is invulnerable to this type of attack. Aside from providing a zero-trust and permissionless way to control valuable resources, the physical power used in warfare is also beneficial because it doesn't create an exploitable dominance hierarchy. It doesn't give anyone the ability to define or redefine what good means or what right is. It doesn't place anybody with imaginary powers at the top of the pecking order. Instead, warfare lets physics and probability decide the pecking order. If Jamaican natives were more inclined to use physical power to establish their dominance hierarchy rather than subscribe to belief systems where entities with imaginary power were given dominance over them, they might not have been so easily manipulated by Admiral Columbus, someone who was in a very weak position at the time, and history might have played out differently for them. But instead, native Jamaicans literally fell to their knees and begged to their weak, helpless, starving oppressors for essentially no other reason than the fact that they had adopted a belief system where people with imaginary powers have dominance over them. Here we illustrate an important socio-technical feature of warfare that many people overlook. The might is right pecking order heuristic for establishing interspecies dominance hierarchies creates an amoral foundation which can't be exploited. Might is right could also be called physics is right. Wild animals which use physical power competitions to settle disputes and establish resource control authority, what we call warfare when our species performs the same activity, let physics and probability decide their pecking order for them. By using physics rather than abstract ideologies to determine the pecking order, wild animals don't suffer from the same vulnerability that sapiens routinely suffer from: population-scale psychological abuse and exploitation. Study a pack of wild wolves, and you'll notice that they spend a lot of time infighting, but they also don't suffer from abusive god kings or false prophets. Wolves may expend a lot of injury and risk a lot of injury establishing their pecking order, but they also don't fall to their knees and worship weak, helpless oppressors who abuse them. Wolves are mean, but they also don't allow themselves to be systemically exploited by their peers who wield nothing but imaginary power, all because of unfalsifiable and continually changing beliefs about what good means or what God wants. That's the socio-technical benefit of physical power-based dominance hierarchies. Species which choose to establish their pecking order using physical power competitions, what we call warfare, don't suffer from belief system exploitation. This concept is trivial to verify from our own experience because we can see from our own historical testimony that populations which remain physically powerful and aggressive don't suffer god kings as gladly as weak or docile populations do. This principle is why the US exists. Wars decentralize control over vital agrarian resources. Zero trust, permissionless, and non-systemically exploitable control over resources are not the only socio-technical benefits of warfare. Another major benefit of warfare that people overlook, one that is extremely relevant to a discussion about Bitcoin, is decentralization of abstract power and control authority over resources. In addition to making a population more secure against psychological exploitation and abuse, warfighting also gives people the ability to physically constrain other people's abstract power and control authority. The ability to physically constrain abstract power represents the ability to physically decentralize abstract power hierarchies and its corresponding control authority over resources. In the author's experience performing research for this theory, this seems to be one of the most underappreciated socio-technical benefits of warfare. People don't seem to understand that one of the biggest advantages of warfighting is that it allows sapiens to decentralize abstract power and control authority over their valuable resources. Warfighting is the reason why there is no single centralized ruling class over all of the world's resources. Despite several attempts, nobody in history has ever been able to establish a single ruling class precisely because of the physical constraints caused by warfighting. This concept can be very counterintuitive to people because many people, especially those people who don't actually study or participate in warfare, have accused warfare as being a power consolidation mechanism rather than a power decentralization mechanism. These people will claim that warfare only gives people the ability to centralize their control authority and use it to oppress people. The reasoning often goes something like this. Kings raise armies and then utilize those armies in military campaigns to capture more resources. Therefore, militaries are centralizing forces because rulers build and use them to grow and consolidate their abstract power and control authority over resources. There are three problems with this line of reasoning. First, it makes no distinction between physical power and abstract power. People who make this argument treat physical power and abstract power as if they're one and the same thing when they're clearly not the same. Why do they make this false correlation between abstract power and real power? Why have already discussed one reason why, the logical fallacy of hypostatization. People don't think about how they think about power. A second problem with this line of reasoning is that it relies on linear chain of events thinking rather than systems thinking. People who adopt this line of reasoning effectively blame the military for the king's consolidation of abstract power for no other reason than the fact that a military campaign happened to be the most recent or easiest to observe thing in a linear chain of events preceding the consolidation or expansion of the king's abstract power. In other words, they're tacitly implying a direct causal relationship between military campaign and consolidation of power simply because of a temporal relationship, while willfully ignoring a host of other explanations that could equally explain why the king's power has been consolidated. It's not uncommon for wars to break out in addition to other factors like disease or famine or other disruptive factors which happen at the same time and could just as easily explain how a person could consolidate abstract power. Another perfectly valid explanation for why a king has more consolidated power following a military campaign is simply because more people choose to believe in the king's abstract power for reasons separate than but temporarily correlated to the military campaign. A third problem with this line of reasoning is that it willfully ignores the fact that physical power has never been strictly necessary to create, codify, or consolidate abstract power and control authority over resources. This reasoning essentially ignores the lesson which Admiral Columbus and so many others have demonstrated throughout history. All that is required to create, codify, and consolidate abstract power and control authority over people's resources is for people to adopt a common belief system. As countless ideological movements have demonstrated across thousands of years, militaries are unnecessary for the consolidation of abstract power. Clearly, warfighting is used to constrain and decentralize ideological movements that consolidate abstract power too much for people's liking, hence religious wars. There is nothing physically limiting a person or regime from convincing a population to adopt an ideological belief system, for example, a monetary system or a religion, which expands worldwide, then consolidates and centralizes abstract power and control authority over everyone's resources, except, of course, for one thing: real power. Herein lies a key insight into warfighting which so many civilians tragically miss. Warfighting is one of the main activities preventing agrarian society from a single, consolidated, centralized belief system, which could be systemically exploited by a single ruling class. There is no one-world government because societies are willing to fight wars to prevent that other government from becoming their government. If you ever feel like you're being oppressed, then take a look around. There's a high probability that you either 1. Have chosen to adopt an exploitable belief system, 2. You're not strong enough or willing to physically fight to secure yourself against oppression, or 3. Some combination of both. We have established that God-kings don't need physical power to oppress you. All they need is for you to 1. Adopt ideologies which give them abusable imaginary power, and 2. Be too weak or docile to physically resist them. So if you feel like you're being oppressed, it's likely because you have adopted a belief system that is being exploited, combined with the fact that you're too weak, scared, or incompetent to physically secure yourself. It's an impolite but valid argument. With these concepts in mind, let's consider what prevents an oppressive god-king from taking over the world and exploiting everyone at global scale. People's ideologies and desire for non-physical dispute resolution clearly motivate them to adopt exploitable belief systems. So what remains as the final line of defense for the global consolidation of abstract power are the fighters. There is a tiny subset of the global human population who remain unwilling to forfeit their physical power, or who remain unsympathetic to abstract, exploitable belief systems which are so very clearly flawed. These people are the only ones left in our global society who have the physical strength and aggression required to preserve our species' physical power-based dominance hierarchy. They spend the energy and risk the injury needed to settle disputes, preserve globally decentralized control over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and property the way so few of us are willing to do. This tiny subset of people, less than 2% of the global human population are warfighters, represent the last people standing in the way of one ruling class gaining consolidated and unimpeachable abstract power over everyone. Warfare is the reason why control over our valuable resources remains decentralized. Removing this global-scale physical power competition would remove the emergent benefit of decentralized control authority over our resources. In other words, warfare is one of few things physically preventing abstract power and control authority over Earth's resources from being completely consolidated. So it is absolutely not valid to make the claim that warfare consolidates abstract power because it's one of the largest physical barriers preventing the consolidation of abstract power. For many intents and purposes, war functions as a proof-of-work protocol. Why have sapiens fought and died by the millions over thousands of years? One answer is so they don't have to suffer from the oppression of a ruling class they know they cannot trust. Warfighting could just as easily be described as a more than 10,000-year struggle to prevent global consolidation of abstract power and control authority over valuable resources. Sapiens have demonstrated very clearly that they would sooner risk nuclear annihilation than adopt a single ruling class. In fact, in every example of history where an emerging ruling class has attempted to gain too much abstract power and control authority over the world's natural resources or have tried to consolidate everyone under a single empire, society has responded with massive-scale wars, utilizing physical power as the mechanism for adjusting the difficulty of achieving that much control. In other words, warfighting is functionally identical to Bitcoin's proof-of-work protocol. By participating in a highly energy-intensive, global-scale physical power competition, agrarian society enjoys the complex, emergent benefit of decentralized control over their resources. When a population goes to war, they accept the energy expenditure and risk of injury required to keep themselves secure against the centralization of abstract power. Of course, it would be far more efficient, in time, energy, money, and lives, to have a single ruling class settle all the disputes, manage all the resources, and decide the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of all the property. But that would be a systemically insecure solution that is highly vulnerable to exploitation and abuse by the ruling class. This type of system would require one moral code and one moral authority, which everyone would have to trust in and tacitly receive permission and approval from. No matter how much people like to virtue signal to their peers about how much they condemn physical aggression, they demonstrate through their actions that they are very well aware of this attack vector. If people truly believed that peaceful adjudication methods could be used to settle all disputes and manage all resources, then people would achieve consensus on a single belief system where a single ruling class settles all their disputes and manages all their resources. People clearly don't behave like this. In fact, they behave in the opposite way. They go through great lengths, spending extraordinary amounts of time and energy and risking an extraordinary amount of personal injury explicitly to prevent people from unifying under a common belief system. Through their actions, not their words, people demonstrate that they instinctively understand that warfare has irreplaceable social benefits, no matter how desperately we wish it didn't. If societies didn't have something to gain from war, there wouldn't be war. It's really that simple. We know from the bones we dig up, from thousands of years of written testimony and from our own experiences, that people absolutely cannot be trusted with too much abstract power and control authority over us. It's simply too dangerous to give one person or one ruling class too much abstract power and control authority over any form of resource. So what do? We fight wars. We engage in global-scale physical power competitions to ensure nobody can have too much abstract power and control over our resources. We fight to protect ourselves against the expansion of belief systems which we know are vulnerable to systemic exploitation. We fight to make sure our beliefs are adopted rather than their beliefs because we don't trust theirs or because we feel like the devil we know is preferable to the devil we don't know. Through our combined actions and behaviors, we show that we are just as wild, brutal, and unsophisticated as the animals we look down upon, no matter how much we like to wear our little lapel pins and masquerade like we're above it. Without being able to physically constrain the expansion of abstract power, there would be nothing physically preventing abstract power from spreading worldwide. Warfare gives our species an opportunity to overthrow or delegitimize abstract power when it becomes exploitative or abusive. With the ability to physically constrain and delegitimize abstract power comes the ability to physically decentralize control authority. Proof of this complex emergent behavior can easily be verified by simply noting how our species chooses to partition its territory. The reason why the dry surface area of the Earth has been partitioned across 195 different countries is largely the result of the wars fought to decentralize those territories. If warfighting can decentralize our control authority over land, then it stands to reason that it can decentralize our control authority over other assets too, including digital resources like bits of information. The question is really about how it might be done, not if it could be done. Warfighting is a safety feature, not a bug. Another way to think about the complex emergent social benefit of warfighting is to think about fire safety. Fire safety engineers design special doors called fire doors. Fire doors improve building safety because they can contain and isolate fires in specific parts of a building to prevent them from spreading or to slow their expansion down. With this concept in mind, consider the function of national borders. National borders are forged by warfare and have essentially the same safety features as fire doors. When an abstract power hierarchy becomes hazardous, for example oppressive, national borders make it possible to contain or isolate this hazard to a specific region of the world and to prevent it from spreading. Thanks to national borders, exploitative and abusive abstract power hierarchies remain contained. So long as a population can do a good job at securing their own borders, then the only threat of oppression they have to worry about is oppression from their own ruling class. And so long as our species continues to do a good job at warfighting to divide control authority over our valuable physical resources, we can minimize the amount of damage that could be caused by a single ruling class. In other words, warfare is a safety feature, not a bug. It protects humans from themselves, particularly their exploitable belief systems. It prevents the spread of hazardous belief systems by containing them. War is the exact same primordial game that all organisms play, but given a different name. In addition to helping sapiens protect themselves against the hazards of their own abstract belief systems, it could also be argued that warfighting has the same upsides as predation in nature. When sapiens engage in warfare, they engage in the same physical power projection activity other living organisms have engaged in for 4 billion years. It is therefore reasonable to believe that warfare could also produce the same complex emergent benefits that physical power projection competitions provide to all species, namely the ability to revector resources to those who are the strongest, most intelligent, and most capable of adapting to their environment, and therefore more capable of surviving in a world filled with predators and entropy. The explanation for why sapiens are so prone to warfighting could be the same explanation for practically everything else we observe in nature. What we see is what survives. There appears to have been many human polities over the past 10,000 years which didn't raise militaries and didn't go to war. We know these societies existed because we can find and dig up their mass graves and see how early and unpleasantly they died. It's not the case that peace-loving societies didn't exist. It's the case that peace-loving societies didn't survive. If we account for our survivorship bias, that is, account for the fact that what we observe, including ourselves, went through a very rigorous selection process which weeded out a lot of other possibilities, then we can reframe a question about why sapiens fight wars in a way that's much easier to answer. Why do some societies believe they will be able to survive without war fighting? Or to put it differently, what gives humans the impression that they are the only animals in nature who have an inherent right to live peacefully without predators? Admittedly, survival of the fittest is an unsatisfying explanation for warfare. Like eating a head of lettuce, this explanation is neither salty nor sugary. It's a stoic explanation. It just is. It's neither a profound nor a romantic way to think about war. It's an amoral one which accepts physical conflict as natural behavior. This point of view does nothing to justify or reconcile the cruelty and bloodshed we see in war, nor how angry it makes us feel. And frankly, it's boring, not to mention super annoying, to be reminded of the fact that sapiens are just as ordinary and unremarkable as the wild animals we like to look down upon and believe we have outsmarted. It's also quite frustrating to think that despite how bulbous our foreheads are, we have not found a way to outsmart natural selection except only in our imaginations. Nevertheless, here we are, growling, snarling, scratching, snapping, and biting at each other over food and territory and other resources, no different than a pack of wolves or wildcats. The only difference seems to be the abstract thoughts filling our bulbous heads with reasons to justify or condemn our physical aggression. War appears to be the same power projection game we can all independently observe in nature, just with a different name. Instead of primordial economics, people call it war. Instead of the survivor's dilemma, people call it national strategic security. Whatever names people choose to assign to these phenomena, and whatever fancy uniforms they like to wear while they wage it, the first principles explanation of warfare remains the same, hence why it's called a first principles explanation. Sapiens appear to be one of thousands of other species of pack animals playing the same primordial game, using physical power to establish their dominance hierarchy, the same as practically everything else. While perhaps not as emotionally satisfying as other pontifications about warfare, The previous chapter about power projection in nature can at least give the reader an appreciation of why and how warfare works without complicating our understanding of the matter with abstract and unfalsifiable ideologies. War can easily be explained using basic principles in physics and biology. If we can wrap our heads around the complex emergent benefits of power projection in nature, then we should be able to understand the complex emergent social benefits of warfare, despite how many other abstract explanations people and their bulbous foreheads have come up with over the last several thousand years. War highlights the lessons of survival of the fittest and the most capable of countervailing entropy. We live with the immense burden of being prisoners trapped behind our own prefrontal cortices. We cannot see or experience the world as it is. We can only experience a version of the world that has been filtered through a minefield of emotionally charged abstract thoughts and symbolism. Like looking through a pair of rose-tinted glasses, sapiens look at the world through ideology-tainted glasses. This makes it very difficult to present arguments about the benefits of warfare on society without it being complicated by abstract ideas like ethics, morals, theologies, or modern politics. The solution? Simply don't call it warfare. Call it something else like primordial economics. In case it wasn't already clear to the reader, the previous chapter about power projection tactics in nature was a clandestine attempt to get the reader to understand and appreciate the necessity and complex emergent social benefits of warfighting. These benefits are backed by science and lots of independently validated empirical evidence with naturally occurring data sets that can be analyzed ex post facto for causal inference. Like most clandestine operations, an argument about why warfighting is good for society must be presented to people in this manner because it is a highly illicit activity. It goes against social custom to explain why warfare is good for society. To circumnavigate conflicting ideologies regarding warfare, the author provided a detailed argument for the emergent benefit of warfare without calling it warfare. Just by changing the name of the activity and using non-human examples, like the origin story of birds and mammals, it's possible to provide a logical, first principles grounded theory about the necessity and merit of warfare that is backed by science and loads of empirical evidence. As a refresher, the logic presented in the previous chapter was as follows. Power projection competitions give life an accelerated existential imperative to innovate, self-optimize, and vector limited resources to organisms which are demonstrably more fit for survival in a congested, contested, competitive, and hostile environment, an environment they don't have the option of escaping. Physical power projection competitions and predation have a causally inferable tendency to make life stronger, more organized, more intelligent, more adaptable, and thus more capable of countervailing the entropy of the universe. If the reader understands this logic, then they should be able to understand why it's reasonable to believe that warfighting provides the same complex emergent benefit to humans too. War is effectively the same power projection game with a different name, so it stands to reason that warfare would have the same complex emergent properties for humans as it would for other organisms. We can validate from our own experiences that warfare appears to give society the ability to self-optimize and ensure their limited resources are vectored toward the subset of the population who are more fit to survive in congested, contested, competitive, and hostile environments. Warfare clearly appears to help society become more capable of countervailing the entropy of the universe. We have no shortage of empirical evidence to back this theory. We see it practically everywhere on and off Earth. The first moonwalkers were not just explorers, they were the world's apex predators. The first earthen life to escape Earth and walk on the surface of another heavenly body were sapiens, Earth's peak predator. The population of sapiens which walked on the moon was the population which devoted itself to mastering the challenge of warfighting. Moonwalkers weren't just any sapiens. They were sapiens from the world's most powerful military nation who got there by riding an oversized version of nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles partially designed by Nazi scientists and engineers. NASA's director and chief engineer for the Saturn V program were Nazi rocket scientists and engineers ushered into the US without public scrutiny via a secret intelligence program known as Operation Paperclip. Once humans made it to the moon and starting walking around on its surface, the first semantically and syntactically complex language they spoke were English words. They didn't just speak any random language, they spoke the acrolect of a United Kingdom which had just spent several preceding centuries conquering and colonizing the planet through several aggressive military campaigns, to include one which successfully established a beachhead in North America, the place from which the humans who walked on the moon launched. And where did these moonwalkers get the calories they needed to do all that walking and talking on the moon? They got their calories from freeze-dried vegetables grown from fields plowed by the oxen they entrapped and enslaved, freeze-dried beef from the cattle they domesticated and slaughtered over thousands of years. The point is, there are clearly some complex emergent benefits of warfighting when it comes to countervailing the entropy of the universe. The first moonwalkers weren't just our species' top explorers, they were our species' most powerful and aggressive power projectors. In fact, they were arguably life's most powerful and aggressive apex predator. The Apollo campaign was a thinly veiled effort to raise public funding and support for the research and development of the critical enabling military technology needed to remain strategically competitive with the USSR at a time when public support of the military was at an all-time low. The entire campaign happened during the Vietnam War and a pacifist movement. In the face of growing pacifism caused by discontent of an ongoing war, how do you convince the American public to send lots of public money to newly patriated Nazi scientists and engineers to develop better intercontinental and cislunar nuclear missiles? Simple. Swap nuclear warheads with astronauts and pump funding into a different marketing strategy which put lots of imagery of it on TV with inspiring narratives about peace and exploration. With this simple sleight of hand, a workforce will have little to no reservation devoting substantial amounts of their time, technical talent, and public resources towards the development of strategic military assets. As the author has attempted to demonstrate, all one must do to circumnavigate a domesticated population's negative opinions about war fighting is simply call it something other than war fighting. Call it primordial economics, call it space exploration, or perhaps call it a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Simply change the branding, and people will have no problem pumping boatloads of money into the same technologies with the same functional use cases with little to no reservations. Look around, and we can see similar evidence of the emergent benefits of warfare everywhere. The organizations which master warfare have a clear tendency to become technological and economic leaders and general-purpose masters of their natural environment. This is not political dogma. This is an independently verifiable observation backed by 4 billion years' worth of empirical data. There is a lot of supporting evidence to feel concerned about populations who condemn war and refuse to fight it. We don't need a theory to explain the benefits of warfare. We just need to look around us. Like physical power, war fighting is proof of its own merit. We admire the footprints on the moon left behind by those who master war fighting. We dig up the mass, early graves left behind by those who don't master war fighting. Primordial economics, the survivor's dilemma, and the innovate or die and cooperate or die dynamics of predation are clearly at play for sapiens, just as they are for all other species. If an intellectually honest reader can acknowledge there's merit to this line of reasoning, then they should understand the argument for why there are very important, complex, emergent social benefits to warfighting that we have a logical, moral, and most importantly, an existential responsibility not to ignore. We must be willing to entertain an uncomfortable but potentially valid hypothesis that wars provide an irreplaceable social and technical benefit to humanity. The self-inflicted stress of predation and global power competitions have clearly made life more prepared to survive and prosper against the universe-inflicted stress of entropy. The technical systemic benefits of predation wouldn't change just because sapiens arbitrarily named this primordial behavior war. The dynamics of physical power projection don't change just because sapiens levy abstract thinking to produce moral, ethical, or theological justifications or explanations for it. Morals, ethics, and theologies are not first principles explanations backed by empirical evidence or scientific rigor. A first principles explanation of warfare backed by empirical evidence is that all living organisms physically battle each other over resources and have clearly experienced major systemic benefits from those battles, like becoming organized, powerful, and resourceful enough to survive devastating existential threats like meteor strikes. Since the emergence of primordial life, the act of living has been fundamentally an act of physical power projection to countervail a cold, harsh, unforgiving, and unwelcoming universe filled with predators and entropy. This didn't change just because sapiens grew overclocked, overpowered, oversized neocortices capable of thinking of abstract, imaginary worlds where this isn't incontrovertibly true. The human capacity to believe in unicorns doesn't make unicorns physically real, and neither does the human capacity to believe in peaceful, alternative forms of physical power as a basis for settling disputes and establishing their dominance hierarchy. At least when people choose to believe in unicorns, they don't make themselves systemically vulnerable to foreign invaders or to population-scale systemic exploitation, unless you count the unicorn symbolizing the purity and power of the British monarchy. It's simply not logical to believe that sapiens are exceptions to these principles, especially when there is so much empirical evidence backing it. It seems like it would be far harder to make the argument that it was confounding effects, correlation, or pure coincidence that the first earthen life to walk on the moon were English-speaking Americans riding on top of the missiles they originally developed to kill each other. The much simpler explanation, backed by first principles logic and highly randomized, causally inferable empirical evidence, is that the same reason Americans were the first to walk on the moon is the same reason lions are ostensibly the king of the jungle. Tigers are actually the king of the jungle if you don't include fire-wielding sapiens. Perhaps it is difficult to appreciate the complex emergent benefits of warfare because sapiens desperately want to believe they aren't predators or that they have somehow transcended the cruelties of survival in nature. People like to imagine that they have discovered an equally effective basis for settling disputes, establishing control authority over resources, achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property, or otherwise just solving the existential imperative all animals face of establishing pecking order limited resources. So what do? We have already discussed what they do. They adopt abstract belief systems where people have imaginary power, and then they literally put on costumes and LARP as people with imaginary power to settle their disputes. Most pack animals use physical power to settle disputes, establish control authority over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property. This is both an intraspecial and interspecial protocol that is 20,000 times older than anatomically modern sapiens and 80,000 times older than behaviorally modern sapiens who have tried, and so far been unsuccessful, to create alternatives protocols for managing resources which doesn't rely upon physical power, alternatives which utilize imaginary power and are incontrovertibly and demonstrably dysfunctional. Despite how much sapiens wish they could escape the energy expenditure and injury risk associated with warfare, 5,000 years of written testimony, plus another 5,000 years of agrarian fossil records, indicate sapiens have very clearly never found a satisfactory substitute for physical power. All life forms owe their existence to the process of leveraging physical power to capture and secure their resources. Humans are no different. Humans don't negotiate for their oxygen, they capture it using physical power. Humans don't negotiate for the food they eat, they capture it using physical power and then negotiate with each other over price. Humans don't negotiate for the land they occupy. They capture it from nature using physical power and then negotiate with each other over price. It's incontrovertibly true that living organisms gain and maintain access to their resources using physical power. To live is to project physical power to capture and secure one's control over resources. This isn't something to condemn, it's something to devote oneself to studying and mastering. A sign of peak predation is the hubris to believe that one has transcended the threat of predation. Does natural selection condemn physical power projection as morally, ethically, or theologically bad? No, it does the exact opposite. It asymmetrically rewards this behavior with more resources and the enormous privilege of survival. Take a look around and the reader will likely note that the only animals condemning the use of physical power to establish intraspecies dominances hierarchies are sapiens. And they're probably not using a technical justification, they're probably using subjective, abstract reasoning and unfalsifiable claims about good or God. Like Dave Chappelle's fictional character Clayton Bigsby, a passionate member of an anti-African American hate group who is blind and therefore incapable of seeing he's African American, pacifism is comedically ironic. Pacifists turn a blind eye to their own nature. They carry the genes of thousands of generations of predators who scorched the world and slaughtered their way to the top of the food chain. They are the children of their ancestors' conquest. So comfortable and complacent in their homes they built over the graves of the conquered that they forget their own heritage. They forget they're the colonialists, conquerors, and peak predators benefiting directly from the activity they condemn. It's not surprising why modern domesticated sapiens can develop distorted or misattributed views. Sapiens have become so high on the food chain that many eat thousands of animals without killing a single one. They have mastered predation and killing to a point where they have turned it into a subscription service. They outsource their predation services so effectively that they forget their predators and they get upset, even horrified, when they're reminded about what they're paying for. Modern domesticated sapiens devour their meals sitting in cushioned seats, watching mentally cushioned videos of wildlife that has the cruelest and most brutal parts carefully edited out, so the video better aligns with the inspiring music and narration given by some guy with an English accent. Sapiens crave stories told by storytellers, especially when they are told by wise old shamans who help them reconcile the mysteries and cruelty of nature. And they do it all from the comfort of well-insulated, air-conditioned rooms, with entrapped and genetically deformed wolves and wildcats licking their feet and worshipping them. Modern domesticated sapiens sincerely and unironically believe they understand nature and have transcended the threat of predation. They genuinely think they have discovered a viable alternative to physical power projection, that they outsmarted natural selection. Ironically, there is probably no greater sign of peak predation than the extraordinary amount of hubris required to believe that one has transcended predation. The fact that people get so upset when they are reminded where their steak comes from doubles as proof of their extraordinary success at predation. They prey upon animals without even thinking about it. They scorch the world, colonize it, conquer it, and kill off their competitors so effectively that they forget how they came to own the land they're living on and morally defending in the first place. These same concepts apply to warfare. Sapient populations can become so good at warfare that they develop the hubris to believe they have transcended warfare. This is a common problem in system safety too. Success at safety breeds complacency. As a simple illustration of the point, the reader is invited to study every moral, ethical, or theological argument condemning warfare. Make a list containing the countries of origin from which those arguments were made, and then compare that list to a list of countries with the most dominant militaries. Don't just do linear regression to see correlations. Do other techniques like propensity score matching to determine if there are causally inferable relationships. Build predictive models on that data and run the model against history to see how accurately it can predict where wars are fought and won. When similar techniques have been tried by anthropologists, they find that their models are strikingly accurate. Several anthropologists have committed themselves to research which causally links the most prosperous, organized, cooperative, resource-abundant societies which enjoy the most amount of art and literature and social freedom to the most warring societies. Peace depends upon demonstrably flawed assumptions about predatory human behavior. Another way to describe the sapient desire for peace is that it's fundamentally a desire for an end to predation. This desire appears to have spontaneously emerged after our species preyed on enough neighboring organisms to place ourselves comfortably at the top of the food chain. But is it realistic to expect predation to end? Given the socio-technical benefits outlined thus far, is it even a good idea to desire an end to predation? The innovate or die and cooperate or die dynamics which emerge from predation clearly benefit life's ability to countervail entropy. It's no secret that many of the most revolutionary technologies developed by humankind over the past 10,000 years emerged from their military conflicts against each other, that is, human-on-human predation. It is also no secret that the existential threat of warfare motivates sapiens to cooperate at scales which dwarf the levels of cooperation shown by other species. Even if we ignore the systemic benefits of warfighting, it remains true that unrealistic design assumptions must be met for alternative approaches to physical power to function properly as a mechanism to settle sapient disputes, establish control authority over sapient resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of sapient property. When high levels of sympathy, trust, and cooperation exist within a sapient population, then abstract power hierarchies seem to be able to function nicely as an alternative to warfare. But given a large enough population over a long enough time span, it's hard to believe that these conditions can be permanently satisfied well enough to prevent them from becoming dysfunctional. Consider how much of the population needs to be untrustworthy for modern abstract power hierarchies to become dysfunctional. We can use the United States to serve as a better case scenario of an abstract power hierarchy, which has a lot of checks and balances, that is, logical constraints encoded into rules of law, to logically constrain the exploitation and abuse of abstract power. The United States is one of many presidential republics with a fully independent legislature supposedly capable of preventing the consolidation and abuse of abstract power. But with 535 members of Congress representing the will of 336 million Americans, it would only take 0.00008% of the U.S. population, the president plus about 51% of its legislature, to be dishonest or incompetent with their imaginary power for the United States to degenerate into unimpeachable population-scale exploitation and abuse of abstract power. The reader is invited to ask themselves, how responsible is it to entrust 0.00008% of the population with abstract power and control authority over the remaining 99.9999%? Combining this observation with the core concepts presented previously, here's another way to frame the same point. Because of our desire not to use physical power to establish our dominance hierarchy, people adopt belief systems like presidential republics that can be exploited and abused even when 99.9999% of the population is competent and trustworthy. With the exception of extremely limited but revocable privileges provided to citizens by the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. abstract power hierarchy relies on trust in people with imaginary power to manage their resources and keep them secure against high-ranking members of the population wielding enormously asymmetric levels of abstract power and control authority over them that they clearly have incentives to exploit it. 99.9999% of the population must trust that 0.00008% of the population will be clever, competent, and honest enough with their abstract power for the U.S. presidential republic to function properly as a viable substitute for physical power as the basis for settling their disputes and establishing pecking order over their resources. Again, the U.S. was chosen because it represents a better case scenario. Many abstract power hierarchies would be even easier to systemically exploit than the US presidential republic. It is clearly unrealistic to expect 0.00008% of the population to be clever, competent, and trustworthy with abstract power all of the time. Most citizens intuitively understand that the imaginary power and control authority we give to our politicians represents a major attack vector which is practically guaranteed to be systemically exploited and abused eventually. Just as 5,000 years of written testimony tells us they have been exploited and abused in the past. There's a reason why the word politician is often considered to be a pejorative term. Citizens certainly recognize the risk of exploitation and abuse of abstract power. They are simply willing to accept the risk of exploitation and even to tolerate a certain threshold of it in exchange for not having to expend energy or risk injury settling their disputes, managing resources, and establishing pecking order using real-world physical power. In other words, we put up with it because we know that fighting to settle our disputes and establish our dominance hierarchies would be time-intensive, energy-intensive, and destructive. We citizens agree to take part in a semi-consensual imaginary structure to give us a temporary reprieve from settling disputes, capturing and securing resources, and establishing pecking order the way natural selection demands from all species. We put up with the reoccurring flaws and the dysfunctional behavior of our rules of law. We acknowledge the tendency for politicians everywhere, both in our abstract power hierarchies and in our neighbors' abstract power hierarchies, to be untrustworthy with their rank. And we put up with it because we don't want to have to fight each other to settle our disputes and establish our pecking order the way wild animals do. At least subconsciously, it appears that many people seem to intuitively understand how the alternative to abstract power is physical power. Peace has only been a temporary reprieve from war, not a permanent replacement to war. Like the lunar eclipse enjoyed by Admiral Columbus, the temporary and fleeting moments of reprieve that sapiens get from the cruelty of predation are both beautiful and awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, both our primordial nature and our written history indicate that these moments are an exception, not a rule. Peace appears to be a reprieve from war, not a replacement for it. Sapiens can be thankful they get to experience these reprieves on special occasions when exactly the right conditions align in exactly the right way, but it is clearly not reasonable for them to expect it to last forever. We can see that abstract power hierarchies can indeed function properly in a narrow subset of cases where populations can reasonably expect their ruling class to use their imaginary powers effectively. Sapiens have proven that it's possible to use imaginary power to satisfactorily settle disputes, establish control authority over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property. They have proven that it's possible to use their imaginations, abstract thinking skills, and design logic to cushion and insulate themselves from a cold, hard reality filled with predators and entropy. They can establish a pecking order in a way that doesn't expend energy or risk injury like physical power does. The problem is, of course, that imaginary power is just that, imaginary. It doesn't physically exist. Humans are playing make-believe. They only think they've found a viable replacement to physical power as the basis for establishing their dominance hierarchy. The ability to use imaginary power as a surrogate to real power is a story, an inspiring message that people are eager to believe in because it's hard to reconcile how cruel and unsympathetic the laws of nature and survivorship truly are. These stories help us mentally escape from what could be the most difficult part of life to reconcile, the fact that we're the cruelest and most unforgiving peak predators of them all. But the reality is undeniable. We're constantly at war. Study enough nature and read enough history, and it becomes easy to see why some people argue that war is the rule and peace is merely a temporary exception. Crack open a history book or look at a teaspoon of ocean water under a microscope to see evidence of this assertion on your own. Like life itself, agrarian society has always been at war. It has always been projecting physical power to capture and secure access to resources. Society has always been fighting to decentralize control over resources to maximize its chances of survival. Based on what we can independently observe, war appears to be a continuous and cyclical process that takes place because agrarian society has yet to discover a sufficient alternative to settling their disputes, establishing control authority over their resources, and achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property. They attempt to use abstract power-based dominance hierarchies rather than physical power-based dominance hierarchies, but it clearly doesn't work. Our species is continuously fighting on a global scale. It's one of our predominant behaviors. It might be immoral to claim that war is immoral, the common argument against pacifism. You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. Leon Trotsky, one of the most successful military commanders of all time, was a son-in-law descendant of Genghis Khan, Timur the Great. Generally undefeated in battle, it is estimated that 5% of the global human population were killed during the 14th century Timurid conquests and invasions. During the establishment of the Timurid Empire, some cities fell so quickly that Timurid armies didn't even need to kill their contenders or haul their bodies to their graves. In some cases, the conquered would dig their own mass graves and then be buried in them while still alive. The Timurid conquests serve as one of many examples in history illustrating a fundamental flaw with pacifism. Pacifists literally dig their own graves. According to the Oxford Dictionary, pacifism is a belief that war is unjustifiable under any circumstances and that all disputes can and should be settled by peaceful means. The problem with this assertion is that it relies on unrealistic views about nature and human behavior. For people to become pacifist, they must believe there is an alternative to physical power as a basis for keeping people safe and secure against predators that is equally as capable of keeping people secure as physical power is, despite many examples that it isn't. Unfortunately, there does not appear to be a viable alternative to physical power that has the same complex properties needed to keep people secure against invaders and oppressors. When populations refuse to master the art of projecting physical power to secure themselves, the outcome is often the same: mass graves dug by the pacifists themselves, people who are clearly willing to die without putting up a fight. Pacifists seek peaceful adjudication to all property or policy disputes. The problem with this approach is that it requires a judge or jury, people with abstract power appointed by an abstract power hierarchy, to make a judgment about the dispute. Peaceful adjudication therefore requires trust in a judge or jury to cast impartial or fair judgments. Note how the term fair in this context is subjective, thus not impartial. Peaceful adjudication also requires common consensus as well as trust in the people being judged to honor their judgment. These all seem like good ideas in theory, but they rely on an unrealistic assumption that these conditionalities can and will be met, and that people are going to remain sympathetic to their verdict. As history makes abundantly clear, it's not possible for these conditions to be met all the time. Sooner or later, Timur or one of his many reincarnations are going to be unsympathetic to people's desires for peaceful adjudication. An impolite but simple argument to make against pacifism is that pacifists are literally self-domesticated animals who are unfit for survival in a world filled with predators. Pacifists forfeit their capacity and inclination to project physical power for abstract reasons, usually because of the energy it expends or the injury it causes. History makes it very clear what happens to pacifists. Their belief systems get psychologically exploited, or their resources get physically captured or invaded. They get oppressed by corrupt, unimpeachable rulers, or they get steamrolled by unfriendly neighbors who don't subscribe to the same pacifist ideologies. We have thousands of years of detailed written testimony about this, but somehow people keep allowing themselves to forget the moral of the story. It could be argued that pacifism is what happens when people spend too much time with the friendly, docile, domesticated versions of themselves, or watch too many carefully edited videos of nature which have the unforgiving, brutal, and cruel parts. That is the most natural parts, filtered out. Pacifism is what happens when generations of people spend their entire lives outsourcing their physical security and predation to other people so they don't have to experience the discomfort associated with these activities. They spend their lives without having to earn their food or their freedom of action, without having to kill the animals they eat, or to kill the people who are unsympathetic to their desire to live comfortably with the property and policies they value. It should come as no surprise that these types of people can develop distorted points of view about reality. Pacifists are people who become spoiled by the spoils of war, oblivious to the reason why they can afford to forget about Timur. Successful populations can get so comfortable living their leisurely, sedentary and domestic lives that they gain the luxury of developing unchallenged imaginary beliefs about the world. Worlds where people aren't actively capturing and securing access to everything using brute force physical power, and where pacifists themselves don't directly benefit from this behavior. Pacifists appear to live in an imaginary world that does not exist, one devoid of predators, perhaps because they have little experiential knowledge of wild nature from the safety and comfort of their neatly structured, unharassed societies. By practically all written accounts, this world has never actually existed. Modern agrarian society appears to have always been physically fighting each other intermittently. It is incontrovertibly true that forfeiture of physical power makes a population physically powerless to defend themselves. Moreover, there are clear, causally inferable relationships between physical power projection and prosperity, or conversely, there is a clear, causally inferable relationship between pacifism and mass graves. It is therefore just as easy to argue that warfare is justifiable in some cases, and that mastering the art of warfighting is just as morally imperative for society. History makes it clear that pacifism can be a security hazard, so it could just as easily be argued that it's unethical for pacifists to motivate people to adopt pacifist ideologies, which make them demonstrably insecure against predation. This same line of reasoning has been repeated many times throughout history. The lessons of history tell us why it is strategically crucial for populations not to allow themselves to believe that physical power competitions are bad for society just because they use a lot of energy or because they risk injury. When pacifists morally condemn the use of physical power, they contribute to a systemic security hazard which commonly invites invasion or oppression. Predators feed on weakness. Oppressors benefit from the sanctimonious peer pressure of pacifists who condemn physical aggression. Oppressors want their population to be passive. Passive populations are physically docile, and their belief system is easy to exploit. Again, this isn't dogma speaking. It is incontrovertibly true that docility leads directly to slaughter. We have more than 36 naturally randomized A/B testing experiments between wild and domesticated animals to causally infer a link between lack of physical aggression and systemic scale exploitation. There is a clear, causally inferable relationship between pacifism and exploitation upon which humans continuously take advantage of. It is a matter of fact that boars don't experience peace when they are selectively bred to be less physically powerful and aggressive. They experience being turned into bacon. Our civilization was built upon making animals docile and exploiting them at massive scale to plow our fields and fill our stomachs. Sapiens are animals too. It's unreasonable to believe we aren't equally vulnerable to the same threat. For whatever reason, people keep allowing themselves to forget the basic lesson of domestication, despite how often it reappears in history. The lesson is simple. Systemic exploitation and abuse is a byproduct of people who don't use physical power to settle their disputes, not a byproduct of people who do. Remove a population's capacity and inclination to impose severe physical costs on their neighbors, and they will face severe systemic security problems. If it's true for aurochs, boar, and jungle fowl, then it's reasonable to expect it to be true for primates like sapiens too. A human population's aversion to physical aggression and their forfeiture of physical power is likely to be a direct contributing factor to insecurity. It could be possible that foreign invasion and the egregious levels of loss associated with wide-scale systemic exploitation by corrupt government officials is directly attributable to pacifism, to the people who don't project physical power to impose severe physical costs on those who attack or abuse them. That makes it just as easy to morally condemn people who aren't physically aggressive as it is to condemn people who are. At least the people who assert that physical power and aggression is good can back it with billions of years of empirical evidence. They can point to the animals which enjoy the highest levels of freedom and self-agency in the wild and note how mean and aggressive they are, how strong they are, how sharp their teeth and their nails are. That's probably not a coincidence. Americans attempted to peacefully declare independence via a piece of paper in 1776, but that independence wasn't formally acknowledged until thousands of British soldiers were slain over the following 7 years. Years after winning that fight, the Constitution was written. Our founding fathers were aware of the emergent benefits of physical power and also well acquainted with the threat of an overreaching and abusive government. They understood that people who allow themselves to forfeit their ability to project physical power for theological, philosophical, or ideological reasons are people who forfeit their own security. This is why the U.S. Constitution has a Second Amendment. In conclusion, those who understand how domestication works can understand why pacifism is as easy to call an unethical and immoral bane to society as the war fighting it condemns. Villainizing the use of physical power, Watts, to impose severe physical costs on potential attackers is perhaps the worst strategic blunder a freedom-loving society could make. Pacifism causes populations to adopt the exact opposite strategy they need to remain safe and secure. They cause populations to become weak, complacent, docile, and unfit to survive in a congested, contested, competitive, and hostile environment filled with predators and entropy. There's no excuse for failing to understand the importance of physical power projection. Your problem is not the problem. Your problem is your attitude about the problem. Captain Jack Sparrow. Many have claimed that physical power breeds oppression, but this section provides a counter-argument that oppression is actually caused by the asymmetric application of physical power rather than physical power in and of itself. It's not simply the fact that one side uses physical power on the other that's to blame for oppression. It's that one side is asymmetrically more capable of and willing to use physical power on the other side that's to blame for oppression. In other words, oppression occurs when one side uses physical power and the other one doesn't. This would imply that it's actually the lack of capability or willingness to utilize physical power is what breeds oppression. To put it bluntly, oppression is what happens when people don't fight for what they value. Herein lies a counter-argument about why it is not logical for the oppressed to blame their state of oppression on the physical strength and aggression of their oppressor. It's not reasonable for people to villainize the use of physical power to capture and secure resources because this is simply how nature works. Look around, and you will see that the strongest, sharpest, and most physically assertive creatures rise to the top of every food chain in practically every biome on Earth. For people to ignore their primordial roots and these basic lessons of nature and survivorship is not logical, it's ideological. The author asserts that this is what happens when people spend too much time separated from predators. They forget how survival works. The act of using physical power to settle disputes, establish pecking order, and secure resources preceded agrarian civilization by billions of years. Life has always behaved like this, since it was nothing but a thin film of organic material stretched across a volcanic rock. And there's simply no logical reason to believe that sapiens would be an exception to this behavior. The reasoning that people use to claim that the use of physical power is bad is ideological, not logical. But ideologies alone can't secure irrigated land or protect society from neighboring societies who want to take that irrigated land back. Only physical power does that. If we were to factor basic lessons of nature and survivorship into our calculus, then one counter-argument to people who claim that physical power and aggression is the root cause of oppression is that the oppressed should take accountability for their lack of physical power and aggression. It's irrational to expect sapiens to be exempt from the basic principles of survivorship that we can all independently observe and verify. Life has always been about survival of the fittest, about finding the best ways to project power and adapt. Our imaginations and our ideals don't change the laws of physics. As argued throughout this thesis, survival of the fittest didn't suddenly disappear when sapiens started using abstract thinking to form moral, ethical, or theological concepts. Sapiens are not exempt from life's rigorous natural selection process. We do not get to unsubscribe from primordial economics and the survivor's dilemma just because we happen to be capable of believing in imaginary alternative realities where physical power isn't the primary basis for settling our intraspecies disputes and establishing our dominance hierarchies. For the past 4 billion years, the universe has been consistently harsh and unsympathetic to organisms which don't find ways to project power in increasingly clever ways. If any organism is to survive and prosper in this environment, they must stay accountable to themselves and not allow themselves to stop projecting power. Sapiens are organisms. Like any other organism, they are responsible for developing increasingly clever ways to project power for the sake of survival and prosperity in a world teeming with predators and entropy. Since sapiens are peak predators, they especially must keep searching for increasingly clever power projection tactics, techniques, and technologies which maximize their ability to survive against themselves. These are stoic lessons which many military officers like the author have learned to accept. The blunt, logical reasoning goes something like this. Your opponent's strength may not be the only thing to blame for your losses. Your own physical weakness, incompetence, or complacency could just as easily be blamed for your losses. Your opponent's inclination to be physically aggressive may not be exclusively to blame for your losses. Your disinclination to be physically aggressive at appropriate times and places could just as easily be blamed for your losses. Your fear and aversion to using physical power could just as easily be to blame for your losses. Your trust in untrustworthy people, or your reliance on imaginary power which doesn't physically defend you, could just as easily be to blame for your losses. So if you don't want to experience losses or become oppressed, it stands to reason that you should consider taking responsibility for your own weakness, ignorance, and incompetence rather than assigning the blame to other people. If you don't fight for what you value, then you will be devoured, like everything else is in nature. If you allow yourself to become physically weak, docile, and domesticated, then it stands to reason that you should expect to suffer the same fate as dozens of other animals which became physically weak, docile, and domesticated. If you fail to adapt to shared objective physical reality, then it is unreasonable for you to expect, or even more ridiculous, for you to believe that you deserve a different outcome than countless other species who failed to adapt to physical reality over the past hundreds of millions of years. We can all independently observe how the world functions outside of that imaginary one we keep building inside of their heads. Proof of power is all around us. We can see and measure it everywhere. There is no shortage of evidence outside our homes, inside our history books, or on top of our dinner plates. There is simply no excuse for not recognizing the essential role that physical power plays for one's own security and prosperity, no matter how energy-intensive it is, and no matter how much physical injury it risks. Incontrovertible proof of how essential physical power projection is for survival is present in practically every observable corner of our environment, at every size and scale. It doesn't make sense to expect nature to function differently for sapiens than for everything else. In shared objective physical reality, every decision, including and especially the decision not to project physical power, has material consequences, and nobody gets to unsubscribe from them. National strategic security. Before we can abolish war, we need to understand it. Peter Turchin, modeling how modern agrarian society controls its resources. It is possible to model warfare as a resource control protocol. The section Understanding Abstract Power, Creating Abstract Power and Abstract Power Hierarchies discussed the differences between abstract power and physical power-based resource control systems. These sections discussed how agrarian society attempts to use abstract power to replace physical power. The word attempt was emphasized because abstract power-based resource control structures clearly tend to break down. If abstract power functioned properly as the basis for managing resources, there wouldn't be so many physical conflicts. The fact that wars break out suggests that abstract power isn't the only thing that humans use to manage their resources, so we need to update our model. To produce a more accurate model to describe how agrarian society manages their resources, it is necessary to account for their use of physical power competitions. This can be accomplished by creating a resource control structure model which incorporates both abstract power and physical power. To that end, a hybrid resource control model accounts for the fact that agrarian society attempts to use abstract power to manage the state of ownership and chain of custody of their resources, but routinely reverts back to using physical power. This model contains the same controllers as the previously described resource control models and combines them together into a single system. 3 control actions worth the reader's attention have been enumerated and highlighted in purple. The first control action is subscribe. As previously discussed, everyone tacitly subscribes to the control authority of physical power by virtue of the fact that nobody gets to unsubscribe from the influence of physical power. No matter what belief systems people adopt, and no matter how people choose to design their abstract power hierarchies, nobody who wields abstract power gets to unsubscribe from the effects authority of physical power. As previously explained, physical power is unsympathetic. It works the same regardless of whether or not people believe in it or sympathize with it. This means our presidential republics, semi-presidential republics, parliamentary republics, constitutional monarchies, semi-constitutional monarchies, absolute monarchies, or one-party states are all equally subordinate to physical power and equally incapable of escaping its impact. For these reasons, physical power is placed above abstract power in this control structure model. The second control action worth special attention is constrain, decentralize, enforce, legitimize. As discussed in this chapter, a primary value-delivered function of warfare is that it allows people to physically constrain and decentralize abstract power. Warfighting is the reason why control authority over Earth's dry land has been divided across 195 different abstract power hierarchies, what we now call countries. The precise boundaries of these abstract power hierarchies have been adjusted many times over the past several thousand years, but the control authority over Earth's resources has always remained globally decentralized, precisely because of physical power projection. In addition to physically constraining and decentralizing control authority over Earth's natural resources, physical power projectors also legitimize the abstract power wielded by abstract power projectors. This references the concepts presented in the section Understanding Abstract Power and the example about how kings utilize the physical power projected by their knights to legitimize and convince people to believe in their own abstract power. By having physical power projectors project physical power within the same context of the king's assertion of abstract power, the imaginary power wielded by the king is easier to misperceive as concretely real. Technically speaking, this is a false positive correlation between an abstract input produced by the human imagination and a physical sensory input produced by a power projector. Nevertheless, it works at legitimizing abstract power. As many societies have proven time and time again through countless rebellions, revolutions, and coups d'états, kings are physically powerless in shared objective reality. All it takes to undermine the abstract power and control authority of anyone with abstract power is to simply 1. Stop believing in their abstract power, or 2. Countervail the physical power of the king's physical power projectors, that is the king's army, the people with real power. We know this process works because it is the reason why monarchies today are almost entirely ceremonial and have virtually no abstract power, one major exception being the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The reason why most monarchies today are almost entirely ceremonial is because power projectors stop legitimizing their abstract power. The populations living under monarchies in the past got so fed up with the exploitation and abuse of their belief system that they, 1, stopped believing in the king's imaginary power, or 2, started projecting real power to countervail or their monarch's army, thus delegitimizing the king's abstract power. If kings truly had the power they claimed to have, this would not have happened. But a series of revolutionary wars have made a very compelling case that kings don't have real power, they just have abstract power. For this reason, abstract power projectors have been placed in a lower and more subordinate position to physical power projectors in this model. The last enumerated control action is request enforcement or legitimization. This is another tacit control action that is easy to explain using the same king and knight example. When a king orders his army to carry out his will, what he is really doing is asking physical power projectors to legitimize his abstract power. The same thing happens during virtually any form of physical enforcement. Physical power is superior to abstract power, which means physical power projectors are superior to abstract power projectors. Additionally, laws are only imaginary logical constraints, not physical constraints. Because imaginary constraints are demonstrably incapable of physically preventing anyone from doing anything, laws must be physically legitimized using physical power. The request for physical legitimization and enforcement of abstract power is therefore implicit, not explicit, but nevertheless still a request. As many rulers have learned the hard way over many acts of mutiny, physical power projectors can and often do choose to stop enforcing or legitimizing their rulers' abstract power. When this happens, the control authority that abstract power projectors have over people's resources disappears. Conversely, when abstract power projectors choose not to legitimize physical power projectors, the control authority of physical power projectors does not change. For this and several other reasons, we know that abstract power projectors require the tacit permission of physical power projectors, and not the other way around. This cold, hard truth is backed by a well-recorded history of many rulers being physically overthrown. 2 ways for the oppressed to countervail both abstract and physical power projectors. Using this newly updated control structure design, we can see that it reveals 2 ways for members to escape oppression if they feel like they are in an abusive or exploitative resource control structure. If a member is being oppressed by either abstract or physical power projectors, regardless of whether those power projectors are from a neighboring country or from the member's own country, those members have 2 ways to countervail their control authority. The first way was originally mentioned in Section 3.11. Members can simply refuse not to assign value to the resources being controlled. As an example, consider the US dollar, USD, world reserve currency. USD is an international resource controlled by an abstract power hierarchy backed by the world's most powerful power projectors, the US military. The US military legitimizes the abstract power of its presidential republic, and by virtue of the design logic encoded into their rules of law, that presidential republic has executive control authority over USD. While it is certainly true that both types of power projectors, the abstract power of the presidential republic plus the physical power of the US military, have control authority over the state of ownership and chain of custody of USD, that doesn't make anyone have to value USD. Therein lies the key to countervailing US power. Hypothetically speaking, if the US were to forget how this power structure works and became systemically exploitative and abusive with their control authority over USD, for example, if they started denying people's access to USD through sanctions or debasing people's purchasing power by inflating USD, then members could countervail both the physical and abstract power of the US by simply not valuing USD as their world reserve currency anymore. For this reason, the assign value to resources control action which members can exercise seems small, but it is in fact very empowering. If the people in charge of the USD were to do something which motivated members to exercise this control action and stop valuing USD, their abstract power and control authority would disappear. It is therefore critical for the US to not do anything to motivate members from exercising this control action, else they risk losing their power. The US deliberately made themselves vulnerable to this attack vector by converting USD from a physical system into an abstract belief system in the 1970s. Like so many organizations to come before them, the US seems to have lost sight of the value of physical constraints to abstract power. By converting USD from a money denominated by gold into a money denominated purely by bits of information, aka fiat, the US converted their entire monetary system into an abstract belief system with no physical constraints, securing it against systemic exploitation by high-ranking people who control the transfer and storage of those bits of information. Additionally, the people with abstract power and control authority over USD only have it insofar as people are willing to believe in it, because physical power is irrelevant at securing money which doesn't physically exist. So not only do members have the freedom to choose not to assign value to USD, they also have the freedom to choose not to recognize the abstract power and control authority of the people who control USD. This means the entire USD monetary resource control system is backed by nothing but faith in the value of the dollar and the abstract power of the people who control the dollar. Of course, people can quickly lose their faith at any time, so it's imperative for the US not to do anything to motivate people to lose their faith in USD, which means it's imperative for the US to not deny people's access to USD or to degrade its purchasing power. Yet in fiat form, there's nothing to physically constrain the US from doing either of these things. These power dynamics put the people who have control over USD on thin ice, and make it especially important for them to have the discipline not to deny people's access to USD or degrade its purchasing power. These people must be careful not to do anything to cause people to lose faith in their imaginary power, because if they do, their abstract power and control authority over this valuable abstract resource could quickly evaporate no matter how physically powerful the US is. This same principle applies to virtually any form of non-essential resource. For example, many people use both physical and abstract power to control the state of ownership and chain of custody of diamonds. Both physical and abstract power over diamonds can be made obsolete by simply not valuing diamonds. There are, of course, some essential resources which sapiens don't have the option of not valuing, for example, food, water, oxygen. In cases where sapiens don't have the option of escaping oppression by choosing not to value resources, their second option to regain control authority over the state of ownership and chain of custody of their resources is to become their own physical power projectors and impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on their oppressors. This is the primary motivation behind all wars. Because physical power is inegalitarian and inclusive, anyone can choose to become a physical power projector regardless of their rank or title or standing within an existing abstract power hierarchy. The National Strategic Security Dilemma. Now that we have a general model of agrarian society's resource control structure, we can review the topic of national strategic security. Members of abstract power hierarchies have two primary vulnerabilities: foreign invasion or internal corruption. The former usually occurs when a foreign belligerent actor uses physical power as the basis for their attack. The latter usually occurs when a belligerent actor uses abstract power as the basis for their attack. Either way, both vulnerabilities have the same solution: impose severe physical costs on the attacker until they don't have the capacity or inclination to continue their attack. Based on this insight, we can see that the same primordial economic dynamics which apply to wild organisms and organizations also apply to agrarian society. This makes perfect sense considering how agrarian society is quite literally a pack of wild animals, just like any other pack animal species observed in nature. We can therefore describe the dynamics of national strategic security the same way we described the survivor's dilemma in the previous chapter. Like any other wild organism in nature, every nation has a BCRA. A nation's BCRA is a simple fraction determined by two variables, the benefit of attacking it, BA, and the cost of attacking it, CA. BA is a function of how much resource abundance and control authority is offered by a nation's abstract power hierarchy. Nations with large economies, high levels of resource abundance, and substantial amounts of control authority over those resources have a higher BA. On the flip side of the equation, CA is a function of how capable a nation is at imposing severe, physically prohibitive costs on attackers. Nations with populations who are more capable of and inclined to impose physically prohibitive cost on attackers have higher CA. Nations which survive and prosper are those which manage both sides of their BCRA equation effectively. To prevent their BCRA from climbing to hazardous levels, nations must either shrink the numerator or grow the denominator of their BCRA equation. They must either shrink their economy and control authority to decrease BA, or they must grow CA by increasing their capacity and inclination to impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on attackers. Decreasing the size of a nation's economy is not an ideal solution, so growing CA is the preferable option. If nations choose to grow their economy without growing CA at an equal or higher rate than the rate at which BA increases, BCRA will climb. This explains why pacifism, that is a decrease in a nation's inclination to use physical power to impose physically prohibitive costs on attackers, is such a systemic security threat. The more pacifist a nation becomes, the higher their BCRA will climb, the more likely they are to be devoured by predators, either in the form of foreign invasion or internal corruption. To achieve long-term survival, nations must keep the BCRA level lower than the hazardous BCRA level of the surrounding environment. That is the level which would motivate belligerents to attack. The space in between a nation's BCRA level and the hazardous BCRA level can be called its prosperity margin. This margin indicates how much a nation can afford for its BCRA to rise before it risks being attacked. The resulting national strategic security dilemma is as follows. As a nation's economy becomes stronger and more resource abundant, its BA increases. This causes the nation's BCRA to increase and get closer to the environment's hazardous BCRA level. As a nation's BCRA level approaches the hazardous level, their prosperity margin shrinks. This creates an unfavorable dynamic where the more successful a nation becomes, the more vulnerable it is to either foreign invasion or internal corruption. To make matters even more challenging, a nation cannot know for sure how much prosperity margin it has, nor how quickly it's shrinking. This is because nobody can truly know what the hazardous BCRA level is, as it is a probabilistic phenomenon which depends on the capacity and inclination of neighboring nations and is therefore completely outside of a nation's individual control. All a nation can know about their environment's hazardous BCRA level is that it will continuously drop as the environment becomes increasingly congested, contested, competitive, and hostile. The national strategic security dilemma puts all nations into a predicament where they have the same three response options described in the previous chapter. Option 1 is to do nothing to counterbalance the effect of their increasing BA. The upside to this strategy is that it is more energy efficient. This is because the population effectively ignores its security responsibilities. The downside of this strategy is that it causes the nation's BCRA to continue rising ad infinitum, shrinking prosperity margin until the point where the nation is virtually guaranteed to be invaded or internally corrupted. Options 2 and 3 represent strategies where a population doesn't ignore their security responsibilities and uses physical power to impose severe physical costs on attackers, that is increasing CA. The difference between Option 2 and Option 3 is that Option 2 only grows CA at the same rate as BA grows, causing the nation's BCRA to remain fixed. Unfortunately, this will still cause prosperity margin to continue shrinking because it does not account for the fact that the environment's hazardous BCRA level continuously falls as it becomes increasingly congested, contested, competitive, and hostile. Option 3 remedies this flaw by endeavoring to increase CA faster than BA grows, causing BCRA to fall and prosperity margin to grow, assuming the nation succeeds at increasing their CA fast enough to outpace their environment's falling hazardous BCRA level. Not surprisingly, the best strategic move a nation can make to solve the national strategic security dilemma is the same move any living organisms or organization can make to solve the survivor's dilemma. Option 3. As illustrated by the agrarian fossil record and thousands of years of written testimony by survivors, if an agrarian population wants to survive and prosper, they need to endeavor to master their capacity and inclination to project physical power so they can continually increase CA and buy themselves as much prosperity margin as possible. This creates a national strategic shelling point for all nations to vector a portion of their resources towards increasing their capacity to impose CA. Unfortunately, this shelling point causes the surrounding environment to become increasingly more contested, competitive, and hostile, causing the environment's hazardous BCRA level to fall faster. This creates a self-reinforcing feedback loop, which makes it increasingly more imperative for nations to continue increasing their CA and lowering their BCRA as much as they can afford to do so. The emergent effect of this self-reinforcing feedback loop is the same as what we observe in nature. Agrarian societies grow in size and scale, organizing in larger and increasingly clever ways and developing increasingly clever power projection tactics. They focus much of their time, attention, and resources on discovering and adopting dual-use power projection tactics, which help them manage both sides of their BCRA equation, just like the behavior observed with the evolution of life. Just as these dynamics explain why nature's top surviving wild animals are often fierce-looking and tough, they also explain why the most successful nations with the best-performing economies often have the largest and most successful militaries. Eventually, this power projection game scales into what we see today, with massive-scale militaries and extraordinary power projection capabilities. Thus, the same dynamics which explain power projection in nature simultaneously offer us a simple explanation for how and why behaviorally modern sapiens scaled their physical power projection capacity to the point of risking nuclear annihilation. Mutually assured destruction. Because of your leader's refusal to accept the surrender declaration that would enable Japan to honorably end this useless war, we have employed our atomic bomb. Before we use this bomb again to destroy every resource of the military by which they are prolonging this useless war, petition the Emperor now. Act at once, or we shall resolutely employ this bomb and all our other superior weapons to promptly and forcefully end the war. U.S. warning leaflets dropped on Japanese cities following the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. Cooperate or die. Anthropologists like Peter Turchin have outlined a compelling case that more than 10,000 years of warfighting have produced enough data to indicate a causally inferable relationship between warfighting and the size and scale of human cooperation. He asserts that sapiens became the world's greatest cooperators as a direct result of the existential imperative caused by agrarian warfighting. Additionally, thanks to their increasingly higher levels of cooperation, less of the human population is required to participate in warfighting. To support this theory, Turchin developed a methodology to measure the size and scale of human cooperation and trace how the number of people in polities has grown since the dawn of the Neolithic Age, which he then compared to the proliferation of miscellaneous war-fighting technologies. He was able to build a model which accurately predicts the size, scale, and time of human civilization's growth based on nothing more than the development and proliferation of their war-fighting technologies. The model accurately predicts where and when the largest, most cooperative, and most prosperous human societies reigned. Based on experiments like this and other forms of cultural evolutionary analysis, Turchin argues that there could be a causal relationship between warfare and cooperation which drove human cooperation to scales far exceeding the largest colonies of organisms observed in the wild, even in comparison to organisms which are famous for having highly cooperative colonies like ants and termites. Turchin also argues that warfare creates a counterintuitively positive dynamic of creative destruction, where agrarian society channels its resources to the most stable, cooperative and productive societies capable of sustaining high-functioning cooperative relationships for the longest amounts of time. In other words, warfare creates trickle-up dynamics where natural resources flow to the most well-organized and cooperative civilizations. While Turchin's theory may be novel from an anthropological perspective, it should not be surprising to anyone who understands the core concepts of power projection in nature and the innovate, cooperate or die dynamics of predation discussed in the previous chapter. What Turchin describes in his theory appears to be nothing more than the continuation of a 4-billion-year-old trend of power projection tactics in nature. It is incontrovertibly true that living organisms have been evolving into increasingly more organized, cooperative and innovative creatures as a direct response to the existential threat of predation since at least the first bacteria discovered phagocytosis, the capacity to subsume or eat other bacteria. As discussed in the previous chapter about power projection tactics in nature, cooperation is first and foremost a physical power projection tactic which emerged at least as early as 2 billion years ago. To project more power and to make it harder to justify the physical cost of attacking them, organisms simply sum their individual physical power together using cooperation. The concept is very simple, but quite difficult to execute, especially on large scales. The simple truth of the matter is that teamwork is hard. It's extraordinarily difficult to get a bunch of organisms to trust each other and work together effectively to mutually increase their CA and lower their BCRA. Cooperation requires pack animals to come up with solutions for very challenging questions, and one of the most difficult challenges they face is the existentially important challenge of establishing a pecking order. In a world filled with predators, entropy, and limited resources where organisms must learn how to cooperate to survive, who gets feeding and breeding rights? What's the best way to divvy up the pack's limited resources to ensure they have the best chances for survival as a team rather than as individuals? A repeating theme of this chapter is that there's no reason to believe sapiens are special exceptions to the same struggles faced by other organisms in nature. It would be difficult to make the argument that sapient organizations wouldn't benefit from the same trend of predation in precisely the same way as the wild animals from which they evolved, a way that's quite simple to empirically validate by spending some time outside observing wild animals. It seems natural that sapiens would learn that the best way to survive against predators and entropy is to cooperate together at increasingly higher scales. Sapiens would also experience the same cooperation challenges. Therefore, does it make sense to believe that humans wouldn't adopt the same pecking order strategy that practically all other organisms with the same problem have adopted? Why wouldn't humans feed and breed the most physically powerful and aggressive members of their tribe if that's what pack animals have independently verified as an ideal survival strategy? If the reader has made it this far, then you now have a deep-seated appreciation for how sapiens have attempted to deal with the pecking order problem differently than other animals. Instead of using might is right or feed and breed the physically powerful first as their pecking order strategy, sapiens use their imagination to come up with abstract pecking orders where people with imaginary power get first dibs rather than the people with real power. Why exactly is that? The author has now offered two potential explanations. The first was because it uses less energy, and the second was because it's less physically destructive. However, here Turchin provides another viable explanation, because it scales human cooperation. There is theoretically no limit to how many people can choose to believe in the same thing. Thus, there's theoretically no limit to how far an abstract power hierarchy can expand its control over resources. As long as people are willing to adopt the same belief system, there's no limit to how far humans scale their cooperation. For all we know, there could have already been a galactic-scale empire long ago in a galaxy far, far away that figured out how to scale their cooperation to the galactic level. The takeaway is that abstract power hierarchies have essentially zero marginal cost to scale because belief systems are essentially free to adopt. Because abstract power hierarchies represent nothing more than a belief system, all it takes to build an abstract power hierarchy is to simply share an idea. This becomes exceptionally easy to do when there is an existential imperative to adopt a particular belief system. For sapiens, the cooperate or die dynamics of survival turn into believe in this idea or die. Therefore, out of existential necessity and for the sake of self-preservation, particularly in response to the threat of invasion, sapiens are compelled to adopt increasingly larger-scale belief systems because if they don't, they're much less likely to survive against other sapiens who adopt increasingly larger-scale belief systems. This dynamic appears to be what led agrarian society towards adopting massive-scale belief systems like nation-states, as well as the national power alliances formed by multiple nation-states, for example, European Union, NATO. 200,000 years ago, humans traveled in foraging bands comprised of tens of people. 10,000 years ago, sapient populations increased to farming villages comprised of hundreds of people. 7,500 years ago, sapiens developed simple chiefdoms, small cities, comprised of thousands of people. 7,000 years ago, these simple chiefdoms turned into complex chiefdoms comprised of tens of thousands of people. 5,000 years ago, the first archaic states emerged and were comprised of hundreds of thousands of people. 500 years after that, human cooperation exploded into macro-states comprised of millions of people. 2,500 years ago, the first mega-empires emerged, comprised of tens of millions of people. Remarkably, the large nation-states we live in today are merely 200 years old. Abstract power hierarchies clearly have the ability to scale quickly because ideas have essentially no marginal cost. This makes them a useful countermeasure against nations attempting to scale their physical power projection capabilities. Abstract power hierarchies help humans coordinate their efforts better, assuming the people with abstract power are competent and trustworthy. And due to the constant existential threat of warfare, humans are forced into accepting these belief systems where people have imaginary power over them because they need high levels of cooperation to survive in a world filled with predators and entropy. These dynamics imply that sapiens are placed into a strategic pickle where they must choose which abstract power hierarchy they want to subscribe to, or else they will find themselves fending for themselves alone in the wild. Except our Paleolithic ancestors weren't helpless in the wild. They had the freedom and confidence to roam the continents hunting and gathering. They didn't have to worry about massive-scale nuclear-armed tribes run by dictators on abstract power trips. Turchin's anthropological theory is a straightforward argument which matches biological theory quite nicely. His theories seem intuitive to people who study nature with scientific and amoral rigor, but it can be unintuitive to domesticated sapiens who have adopted the habit of believing they're above the routine physical confrontations observed in nature, or believing that physical conflict and aggression, both of which are very common behaviors observed in every size, scale and corner of the wild and rewarded by natural selection, is immoral, according to whatever their individually subjective and unfalsifiable definition of moral is. If we were to combine these concepts with the core concepts presented in the previous chapter about power projection in nature, then we can see how the emergent behavior of agrarian society is precisely the same as primordial economic dynamics observed in evolutionary biology. This means we can summarize the complex emergent behavior of national strategic security and the phenomenon of warfighting using simple bow tie notation. It is possible to boil the complex national strategic security dynamics of 10,000 years of agrarian warfighting down to a simple little illustration where organisms pair up with other organisms and adopt increasingly larger-scale abstract power hierarchies so they can increase their ability to impose physical costs on neighboring organizations, all for the sake of surviving and prospering in a congested, contested, competitive and hostile environment filled with predators and entropy. Picture individual nations projecting national power. Each nation has their own individual BA and CA and thus their own individual BCRA. To increase their ability to survive against predators and entropy, they learn how to organize and cooperate and sum their CA together. By summing their CA together, they create a shelling point where other nations must sum their CA together or else their individual BCRA will be too high. Fast forward these dynamics across thousands of years, and we arrive at the situation where alliances of individual nations double as organizations in and of themselves, for example NATO, comprised of billions of people endlessly searching for increasingly clever ways to project power, sum it together, and use it as a mechanism to make it impossible for adversaries to justify the cost of a fight. So there you have it. Sapiens are exactly the same as any other multicellular organism learning how to stick together through colonization or clustering. Like Archeon, little sapient conkers go around capturing cities, forcing them to stick together and turning them into city-states. A few generations pass, and another sapient conqueror goes around capturing city-states, forcing them to stick together and turning them into nation-states. Each time this happens, the pressurized membrane surrounding each city-state, that is their militarily enforced borders, grows longer and stronger, increasing their capacity to project power. Under the mutually beneficial security of these increasingly powerful borders, colonies of clustered humans grow increasingly more interdependent and reliant on each other for vital nutrients, materials, and gene swapping. They are able to form highly complex structures, self-assembling into increasingly more specialized workforces, trading various goods and services, and becoming ever more efficient, productive, and resource-abundant. Through this special combination of robust security and high-functioning internal economy, sapiens were able to follow a multi-step biological path towards ever-increasing structure until it managed to self-assemble into complex, massive-scale economies we see today. Warfare is a self-perpetuating process that naturally increases in size and destructive power. A primary takeaway from Turchin's theory on the relationship between warfare and cooperation is that humans are compelled out of existential necessity to adopt common abstract belief systems which make them more capable of cooperating and combining their power projection capabilities together for mutual survival and prosperity. Expanding on Turchin's theory, it's possible to make two follow-on observations. The first observation is described in this section. The second observation is described in the next section. First, the size and asymmetry of modern agrarian abstract power hierarchies, that is, governments, appear to be a direct result of human warfighting. This is a subtle but remarkable observation to make because it implies that warfare is its own root cause. If Turchin's theory is valid, then we can thank the existential stress of warfare for being a reason why abstract power hierarchies have more asymmetric power and control authority over valuable resources than ever before. But at the same time, we also know that dysfunctional abstract power hierarchies are one of the primary motivations behind warfare. Add these two insights together, and we can generate a profound observation that the root cause of warfare is the emergent effect of warfare. In other words, warfare causes itself. Warfare creates an existential imperative for people to adopt increasingly larger, and thus more dysfunctional and vulnerable to systemic exploitation, abstract power hierarchies which create increasingly larger security hazards capable of leading to increasingly larger losses. Dysfunctional abstract power hierarchies motivate people to wage wars, which are won by adopting larger-scale abstract power hierarchies, for example, national power alliances, to scale cooperation and sum enough physical power together to win the war. This creates a cyclical, self-perpetuating process where civilization learns to cooperate at higher scales, but also learns to fight at increasingly larger and more destructive scales, driving them to adopt increasingly more systemically insecure and hazardous belief systems. Through this spiral, what starts as a comparatively minor territorial dispute over irrigated land between Neolithic chiefdoms hurling spears at each other apparently snowballs into modern nation-states pointing nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles at each other, which is now expanding extraterrestrially into space and cislunar orbit. If the author's description of national strategic security dynamics is accurate, then it's quite ironic. It means that even though agrarian society uses warfare to physically constrain and decentralize abstract power hierarchies and prevent the world from falling under the rule of a single ruling class, the emergent effect of that activity causes the size of agrarian society's abstract power hierarchies to grow and gain asymmetrically higher amounts of control authority over everyone, making populations increasingly more vulnerable to systemic exploitation from their own ruling classes. To put it more simply, in our attempts to physically constrain and decentralize our neighbors' ruling class so that they can't exploit us with their imaginary power and resource control authority, we inadvertently make ourselves more vulnerable to exploitation and abuse from our own ruling class. By winning world wars against our neighbors, we create massive-scale abstract power hierarchies with extraordinarily asymmetric amounts of abstract power and control authority over our most valuable resources, thus high BCRA, and we attract systemic predators like moths to a flame. We practically lay down a red carpet for predators and invite them to come systemically exploit the common belief systems we have to adopt to win our wars, which inevitably causes our belief systems to break down and lead to more war. It's a vicious, tragic cycle. Nation-states are an untested multicellular organism living in the wild. A second follow-on observation from Turchin's theory is that nation-states are relatively untested in nature. For 99.9% of the time that anatomically modern sapiens have walked the earth, they have not lived in nation-states. For 99.6% of the time that behaviorally modern sapiens have been thinking abstractly and constructing shared imaginary ideological constructs for themselves, they have not believed in nation-states. Abstract power hierarchies have been around for thousands of years, but these abstract power hierarchies have never been large enough to qualify as nation-states and have never been as asymmetrically powerful, thus as systemically insecure, as they are today. We feel like nation-states have been around forever because enough time has passed where we, and all the people we have ever met, have only ever lived in a world governed by abstract power hierarchies large enough to qualify as nation-states. But comparatively speaking, nation-states are very new, and we don't know if they're a properly functioning long-term survival strategy for our species. Nation-states have clear systemic security flaws. They inherit all the flaws of abstract power hierarchies discussed at length in this chapter, and then magnify them to unprecedented scale. It is incontrovertibly true that people who are given asymmetric abstract power and control authority over people's valuable resources can't be trusted not to exploit or abuse that abstract power. We have thousands of years of written testimony of people exploiting and abusing their abstract power. Based on that same written testimony, we also know that it is incontrovertibly true that attempting to logically constrain abstract power by encoding rules of law are demonstrably insufficient. Nevertheless, modern agrarian society has scaled this repeatedly dysfunctional belief system to the point where hundreds of millions of people, even billions of people in some cases like China, must trust hundreds of people not to exploit their abstract power and control authority over the population's most valuable resources. Why would people agree to this? If Turchin's theory is valid, it's because it's existentially necessary for survival. This would imply that modern agrarian society effectively backed itself into a corner with another strategic shelling point. We must adopt massive-scale abstract power hierarchies because it is the only way to survive against our neighbors' massive-scale abstract power hierarchies. But as a result of adopting these massive-scale abstract power hierarchies, We entrap ourselves. Are nation-states really a good idea for agrarian society in the long term? How can we know? Nation-states didn't emerge until the last 0.1% of our anatomically modern time here on Earth. Our nation-states and their corresponding national power alliances are practically untested belief systems. We don't yet know how well they will enable sapiens to survive in the wild, particularly survival against ourselves. It's possible they could backfire on us just like so many other emergent power projection tactics have backfired on other life forms over the past several billion years. We can't yet know if these types of abstract power hierarchies can function properly at this scale because we don't have enough data to know yet. However, we do have enough data to conclude that at smaller scales, abstract power hierarchies are highly prone to exploitation and abuse. Why are they so vulnerable? Because metacognition. Because humans live according to their abstract thoughts and imaginations and symbolic knowledge, not according to experiential knowledge or what they can gain from shared objective physical reality. Abstract power hierarchies are fundamentally belief systems, and all sapiens are vulnerable to psychological exploitation and abuse of their belief systems. Sapiens can and routinely do allow themselves to be systemically exploited in, from, and through their belief systems, especially when those belief systems involve highly asymmetric amounts of abstract power and control authority over valuable resources. So far, all we have to go on to determine if nation-states are a good idea is a statistically irrelevant sample of about 200 years' worth of data. That data is inconclusive, to say the least. It's filled with many of the best examples of sapient aspiration and achievement that would have never been possible if it weren't for the extraordinarily high scales of cooperation that nation-states enabled. Through the cooperation and coordination of our nation-states, we walk on the moon and build international space stations, but at the exact same time, we carpet bomb cities and drop nuclear warheads on them. Many of the worst examples of destruction ever experienced by sapiens have occurred in the past 200 years. Like cyanobacteria, sapiens may have discovered a new type of bounded prosperity trap. Nevertheless, no matter what our opinions about nation-states are, they're essentially irrelevant to the subject of security. Nation-states may be a few hundred years old, but the first principles dynamics of security are billions of years old. National security is therefore the same physical power projection game that has been played for billions of years, but with a different name and different branding. This makes national security a very straightforward process. If you want to know how to be good at national security, simply study nature and observe the behavior of nature's top survivors. To be good at national security, make your nation better organized, cooperative, and innovative so that it can find increasingly clever ways to project physical power against neighbors. Like any other type of organism in the wild, nations must strive to continually evolve if they want to keep themselves secure against predators and entropy. The more they can continually increase their capacity to impose severe physical costs on neighboring nations in increasingly clever ways, the more they can make it impossible to justify the cost of attacking them. The more a nation can make it impossible to justify the cost of attacking them, the more prosperity margin it can buy for its internal population. At scale, this survival strategy produces the same dynamics discussed in the section Sticking Together, where nations must chase after infinite prosperity by continually searching for new and innovative ways to increase the cost of attacking them ad infinitum. It should be no surprise that this process led agrarian civilization right to the brink of nuclear annihilation. In the previous chapter, the author discussed how organisms sometimes struggle to find increasingly clever power projection tactics, techniques, and technologies, making them incapable of countervailing predators and entropy. The author named this situation a bounded prosperity trap. One of the most dramatic examples of a bounded prosperity trap was the example provided about life's mass extinction event called the Great Oxygenation Event. As a refresher, cyanobacteria discovered an innovative tactic called photosynthesis, but it backfired on them by covering the world with highly combustible oxygen and setting themselves and the oceans ablaze for millions of years. Fortunately, life had the ingenuity to learn how to, literally, stick together and cooperate at increasingly higher scales. Organisms continually experimented with different types of power projection tactics until they were able to discover the right countermeasures needed to countervail the blaze and escape their fiery hell. This was perhaps the most compelling display of life's rebellious, do not go quietly into the night ethos against the cold and unsympathetic nature of the universe. Entropy quite literally lit a flame under life's hindquarters, and life responded not by giving up, but by becoming stronger and more intelligent and more powerful than it had ever been before. Cyanobacteria crawled out of their fiery hellscape by innovating, and they exited their bounded prosperity trap with multicellular membranes and many other innovations to which we owe our everlasting gratitude today, billions of years later. With the concept of bounded property traps fresh in mind, let's examine the state of our world today. The author asserts that life appears to have found its way into yet another bounded prosperity trap. This time, sapiens sprung the trap and placed much of life on Earth into yet another fiery hellscape, a perpetual state of global-scale agrarian warfare and now a looming threat of nuclear extinction. Herein lies a core hypothesis of the author's theory on soft war grounded in theoretical concepts from biology, psychology, anthropology, political science, game theory, and systems security theory. A recurring contributing factor to warfare is the hubris to believe it isn't necessary. With extraordinary hubris, sapiens appear to believe they can outsmart natural selection and find a viable alternative to physical power for settling disputes, managing internal resources, and establishing a pecking order using nothing more than their imaginations. They linked their prefrontal cortices together through storytelling and adopted imaginary points of view where physical power isn't needed to settle their disputes, manage their internal resources, and establish their pecking order. They made faulty design assumptions and adopted systemically exploitable belief systems where people with abstract power placed at the top of abstract power hierarchies are allowed to settle their disputes, control their resources, and decide the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their most valuable property. Like cyanobacteria and photosynthesis, sapiens and their abstract power hierarchies were a remarkable innovation that helped them achieve unprecedented levels of resource abundance. But also like photosynthesis, sapient abstract power hierarchies literally backfired on them and set the world ablaze by creating an emergent phenomenon we call warfare. Now life appears to be on the precipice of yet another mass extinction event, where they must figure out a way to stick together if they want to escape this new bounded prosperity trap. By choosing to believe in abstract power and becoming over-reliant on abstract power hierarchies as an ostensibly peaceful alternative to settling their disputes, managing internal resources, and establishing their pecking order, the belief systems sapiens designed to avoid warfighting appear to be a leading cause of warfighting. In yet another tragic example of irony, the human desire to avoid physical conflict to settle small-scale policy and property disputes repeatedly cascades into massive-scale physical conflicts. By trying to avoid the use of physical power as the basis to settle disputes and manage resources, sapiens use their oversized foreheads to adopt belief systems which make them vulnerable and incapable of surviving in a congested, contested, competitive, and hostile environment filled with predators and entropy. In their attempts to avoid the energy expenditure and injury risk of human-on-human physical conflict, sapiens seem to invertedly contribute to creating more of both. Some agrarian populations become so self-domesticated by their imaginations that they forfeit their capacity and inclination to project physical power altogether. Not surprisingly, a population which doesn't believe in using physical power because of ideological reasons is a population incapable of protecting themselves against invaders who don't share the same ideologies. Alternatively, these populations become so docile and unsuspecting that they allow themselves to be exploited on a massive scale through their own ideologies. As history has shown, many populations would sooner worship oppressive god-kings who literally brand and herd them like domesticated animals than to project physical power to physically secure themselves and the property they value against systemic exploitation and abuse. In their desire for peace, they become oppressed. People keep thinking their laws will keep them secure. They keep subscribing to demonstrably flawed beliefs that logical constraints encoded into laws and signed by people with abstract power are sufficient enough at protecting them against systemic exploitation and abuse, and they inevitably find themselves entrapped in states of major inequality and oppression with no ability to recognize the source of the trap, thus no hope of escaping it. They mentally ensnare themselves by believing that logical constraints are viable replacements to physical constraints as a mechanism for keeping themselves and their property secure. They make no effort to understand the difference between logical or physical constraints, nor the difference between imaginary power and real power, and they get devoured. Surviving societies which don't get devoured are the societies which figure out the source of their vulnerabilities, call on their compatriots to take arms with them, and make it impossible to justify the physical cost of either physically invading them or systemically exploiting their belief system. They learn how to organize better, cooperate at larger scales, and invent innovative technologies to win their battles. When an endangered society fights off the threat of a neighboring abstract power hierarchy, it's called a war. When an endangered society fights off the threat of exploitation by their own abstract power hierarchy, then if they win, it's often called a revolutionary war. If they lose, it's often called a civil war. Either way, war is war. It's the same power projection game with a different name. There is nothing different happening in shared objective physical reality when people engage in physical power competitions and call it regular warfare, civil warfare, or revolutionary warfare. The same species uses the same physical power projection tactics, techniques, and technologies. The primary difference is the stories they tell, the abstract thoughts people use to motivate themselves to organize and impose severe physical costs on each other. In every war, the cause people fight for is often imaginary. People frequently fight for nothing more than a belief system. Trapped behind the cage of their overpowered, overactive neocortices, sapiens construct abstract realities indistinguishable from physical reality, which are more meaningful and satisfying for them. Their imaginary mental models of the world become so important to them that they will gratefully line up and die for them. Their abstract thoughts completely overpower their instincts not to harm their own kind, and they commit unnatural and unprecedented amounts of intraspecies fratricide, gutting and mangling each other for the sake of good, or God, or government, because people can't seem to be able to come to global consensus about what these things mean, or what the correct design for them is. And despite all this suffering, as much as people hate to admit it, warfare keeps resurfacing because it has complex emergent social benefits. But at the same time, it's also clearly not beneficial because it creates a self-reinforcing dynamo of self-destruction. The more societies go to war with each other, the more they must cooperate at higher scales by forming larger and more exploitable abstract power hierarchies. This cooperation allows them to sum more power together to accomplish extraordinary achievements like winning world wars and traveling through space. But the more they create asymmetric imaginary power and authority over larger amounts of resources, the more asymmetrically advantageous it becomes for self-serving sociopaths to exploit populations through these belief systems or to invade them. The more people get exploited through their belief systems, the more motivated they become to cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war once again to restore society back to an acceptable state of systemic security. But the more people fight wars, the more they must cooperate at larger scales by creating larger abstract power hierarchies. This creates a larger window of opportunity to be systemically exploited at even larger scales, which must be resolved using larger scales of physical conflict to impose larger amounts of physically prohibitive costs on exploiting them. If this is starting to sound repetitive, that's intentional. The author is illustrating to the reader that war is not only cyclical, it's tragically predictable. On and on, the dynamo of self-destruction turns. The same process with the same root causes repeating itself, ad infinitum and ad nauseam, snowballing over tens of thousands of years to the point where sapiens subscribe to belief systems which make it socially acceptable to bomb cities to secure themselves against the imaginary belief systems adopted by the people living in the cities being bombed. And what do these people believe? They believe there is a viable substitute to physical power as the basis for settling their disputes, establishing control authority over their resources, and achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership of property. They believe there is a moral or ethical alternative to physical power, that we could live in peace so long as we let them define what right means, give them asymmetric abstract power and control authority over our resources, and entrust them not to exploit it. New alliances are formed at increasingly remarkable levels of cooperation to win global-scale wars against self-serving sociopaths, only for those alliances to make larger populations more systemically vulnerable to future generations of self-serving sociopaths who wear lapel pins and shake their hands in the air as they tell stories and try to convince people they know what's right. People line up to subscribe to these belief systems and let themselves get exploited at unprecedented scale, so entrapped behind their abstract thoughts and imaginary realities that they'll do nothing to stop it. Through their belief systems, billions of people allow themselves to be gaslighted and systemically exploited in broad daylight by increasingly brazen god-kings. Onwards, agrarian society stumbles over itself like brain-dead zombies, dead men walking toward larger, more devastating wars until they finally hit brink of thermonuclear annihilation. Imagine if instead of trying to replace physical power with abstract power, that people learn to accept there is no replacement for physical power, and we instead sought to replace kinetic power with electric power. If we could figure out a way to use non-lethal electric warfare that still enabled global-scale strategic power competitions to settle disputes, manage resources, and establish a pecking order, then we might be able to break this cycle. If only there were a global-scale physical power projection technology out there to which society had zero trust, egalitarian, and permissionless access. Enter Bitcoin. Warfare could be described as a blockchain. Study war long enough and it starts to look as predictable as clockwork. The self-reinforcing feedback loop of flawed human belief systems are so reliable that it seems like we could set our watch to it. Populations adopt abstract power hierarchies and stop projecting physical power, causing their BCRA to increase beyond a safe threshold, creating opportunities where populations will revert back to their primordial instincts to either capture high BCRA resources or impose high physical costs on attackers. A lot of watts and lives will be expended until populations have sufficiently lowered their BCRA, settled their disputes, established control authority over their resources, and achieved consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of their property. A block of time will pass where people can enjoy a reprieve from this global-scale physical power competition. This reprieve is so revered it's given a special name: peace. And then, when enough time has passed for people to become complacent, the population will forget how painfully predictable they are, their BCRA will climb, the predators will return, and the whole process starts over again. These blocks of time link together linearly, forming a chain of time blocks, or a blockchain. The winners of this continuous global power competition are given the privilege of writing history, which is nothing more than a globally distributed ledger that keeps account of who has control of what and what the general state of consensus is regarding the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of the world's resources. Countless people have been sent to early graves, warning future generations through bone trails dug up thousands of years later. Countless other warnings have been written into the pages of history by the survivors. For thousands of years, people of the past have been trying to warn the people of the future that something isn't working. Our belief systems are clearly flawed. They clearly don't work the way we wish they would. Countless times people have proven through their actions that there is no viable substitute for physical power for any population who wants to live free from the threat of foreign invasion, or who wants to remain systemically secure against the threat of corrupt, self-serving sociopaths who psychologically exploit and abuse people through their belief systems. In our extraordinary hubris, we believe we can do better, and we ignore the warnings of our predecessors. We keep scaling our beliefs about abstract power to the point where those beliefs become a clear and present danger to the survival and prosperity of our species. By convincing ourselves early in the Neolithic age that we are above nature, that we don't need physical power to establish our pecking order, we appear to have set ourselves on a path to destroy ourselves. We keep telling ourselves a lie that we don't have to spend the energy or risk injury to use physical power to establish our pecking order like the animals we domesticate. We keep avoiding fights when and where they should have happened, where energy expenditure and injury would have been minimal. We keep kicking the can down the road, hoping to avoid the physical conflict for moral or ethical reasons until the hazards blossom into such extraordinary levels of dysfunction and losses that it must be resolved using far more energy, causing far more destruction and injury. And now, we appear to have backed ourselves right into a corner where it has become too costly to physically settle our biggest property and policy disputes. Humans need antlers. Peace, no peace. The alien from Independence Day, hitting a kinetic ceiling. Caught in a bounded prosperity trap, agrarian society appears to have reached the crescendo of this 10,000-year-long song by running it straight into a kinetic ceiling. In our endeavors to use an imaginary replacement to physical power as the basis for settling our disputes, managing our resources, and establishing our pecking order, we ironically seem to have scaled our capacity to impose physical costs on attackers to the point where it is no longer practically useful as a mechanism to keep our property and policy physically secure against systemic exploitation. Sapiens are extraordinarily clever and resourceful. They are constantly finding new and innovative ways to be faster and more efficient at solving their problems. One of agrarian society's biggest problems is the survivor's dilemma, also known as national strategic security. To solve this problem, sapiens are continually searching for increasingly clever and more efficient ways to impose severe, physically prohibitive costs on others to make it impossible to justify the cost of attacking them. But there's a catch. It is theoretically possible for sapiens to become so efficient and resourceful at imposing severe, physically prohibitive costs on each other that it defeats its own purpose. The author asserts this could be what happened with the invention of strategic nuclear warheads. The evolution of human physical power projection tactics can be visualized using two evaluation criteria. 1, how efficient they are, and 2, how much physical power they have the capacity to produce. The efficiency of a given physical power projection technology is a function of how much physical power it can project divided by the cost required to produce that power. Cost can be measured several ways to include money or casualties. The more efficient physical power projection technology is, the easier it becomes to project large quantities of power on a potential attacker to make it impossible to justify the cost of an attack. In other words, the more efficient power projection technology becomes, the better it becomes at growing CA, reducing BCRA, and buying prosperity margin for the nation utilizing that technology. Strategic nuclear warheads and deterrence policies like mutually assured destruction suggest it is possible to engineer physical power projection technologies that are so efficient they're not practically useful. If multiple nations have the means to place thermonuclear warheads in multiple independent re-entry vehicles sitting on top of intercontinental or even cislunar ballistic missiles, that suggests we have become so efficient at projecting kinetic physical power on each other that it represents an existential threat to the species. In yet another display of irony, human ingenuity appears to have made kinetic physical power so inexpensive to project in terms of size, weight, matter, and monetary resources that it has become too expensive to project in terms of infrastructure destroyed and lives lost. In their quest to become more efficient at national security, humans appear to have accidentally created the most inefficient national security capability ever: strategic nuclear warfare. It is hard to imagine anything else in this world that could project more power for less size, weight, matter, and money than a thermonuclear bomb. Yet it's hard to imagine anything else in this world that could be more costly to agrarian civilization than mutually assured nuclear annihilation. Such is the paradox of kinetic power projection. If you get too efficient at it, it will become too inefficient. The author calls this phenomenon the kinetic ceiling. Kinetic stalemates don't create peace. They create major systemic security hazards. Sapiens could be described as an Icarus-like species who tried to outsmart natural selection and got burned. In their quest for efficiency, they make themselves inefficient. They try to avoid the energy expenditure of using physical power as the basis for settling their disputes and establishing their pecking order, only to end up using much larger and costly quantities of physical power as the basis for settling their disputes and establishing their pecking order. Humans chased after more efficient power projection technologies for more than 10,000 years, only to build the most inefficient power projection technology possible. In their hubris, sapiens brought agrarian society to the brink of nuclear wars that cannot produce a winner, and now they have cornered themselves by running straight into a kinetic ceiling. They appear to have scaled kinetic physical conflict to the point where it is no longer practically useful as a basis for settling disputes and establishing a pecking order, and they do not appear to understand how systemically hazardous this stalemate is. We have scaled our capacity to project kinetic power and compete in global-scale kinetic power competitions beyond the point where it would be practically useful as a basis for settling disputes and establishing pecking order. It is possible that agrarian society is in the middle of a strategic-level kinetic stalemate. Incidentally, the 70 years of time that has passed since the invention of nuclear warfare is just enough time for sapiens to forget the hard-earned lessons of history and the root causes of warfare discussed throughout this chapter. Our peace, that temporary block of reprieve between wars, appears to be stretching towards its limit. We may be overdue for another strategic-scale war, but what happens if a strategic-scale kinetic war cannot be waged or cannot produce a winner? Is a strategic-scale nuclear kinetic stalemate a good thing or a bad thing? The knee-jerk reaction from someone who doesn't understand the necessity of physical power projection in agrarian society would probably assert that a nuclear stalemate is a good thing. Finally, they might claim, we can have peace because we have made strategic-level kinetic warfare too expensive to wage. Now that we have reached the end of this chapter on power projection dynamics in modern agrarian society, the reader should have a thorough understanding of the flaws of this line of reasoning. For starters, it presumes that the only threat to a population is invasion from a neighboring abstract power hierarchy. A strategic-level stalemate might secure a population against an invasion from a neighboring abstract power hierarchy, but it wouldn't secure a population against massive-scale systemic exploitation and abuse from their own abstract power hierarchy. So right out of the gate, people are ignoring a major security hazard and a reoccurring cause of war. This is why the author dedicated so much of this chapter to explaining the security flaws of abstract power hierarchies to help the reader understand the threats they would likely face in a kinetic stalemate. Peace is not an option so long as predators exist. Peace has never been a replacement to war. It has only been a name that we assign to a state of reprieve between wars, when people are competent and trustworthy enough with their abstract powers to settle our disputes, manage our resources, and establish our pecking order without needing physical power. But as 10,000 years of evidence would suggest, peace doesn't last. It is as fleeting and as fragile as the imaginary power it gives to people and entrusts them not to abuse. Like clockwork, our abstract power hierarchies become dysfunctional, and the next war comes. No species, to include sapiens, have ever walked the earth without subscribing to the physical power projection game. We have never had the option of unsubscribing from this game. We are not special because we have big brains capable of imagining a different world where we have outsmarted natural selection and aren't constantly under threat of being attacked, invaded, or exploited. No matter what our imaginations show us, the real world remains filled with these threats. We have never walked on a planet that isn't filled with predators. We have only allowed ourselves to forget about them. We become so comfortable and complacent in our high tower of success, built for us by the sacrifice of our predecessors, that we become docile and domesticated. We get drunk off the luxury of forgetting that we're surrounded by predators who don't take reprieves. We may be able to stop predators from invading us, but we can't stop predators from exploiting our belief systems, in particular, the belief systems we use to manage our most valuable resources, like our money. The more abstract power and control authority we give to a ruling class, the more benefit they gain from exploiting their abstract power and control authority over us. To expect a ruling class not to exploit increasingly asymmetric levels of abstract power is, frankly, ignorant. We know that this is incontrovertibly true because if it weren't true, people wouldn't be compelled to fight wars. Their abstract power hierarchies and the imaginary logical constraints they encode into their rules of law would be sufficient to secure them without physical power. But it clearly isn't sufficient, hence warfare. So what happens when agrarian society hits a kinetic ceiling and stalemates itself at the strategic level? To believe that a stalemate is a good thing is to make a tacit assumption that there are viable alternatives to physical power as a basis for settling our strategic disputes, establishing control authority over our strategic resources, and achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of our property in a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way. Is it possible that sapiens are the first species on Earth to have discovered an alternative to physical power competition as the basis for establishing pecking order? Perhaps. But it seems more likely that the people who think a strategic-level stalemate is a good thing are ignoring the core concepts of natural selection, human metacognition, and the differences between abstract and physical power. The point of view that a strategic-level stalemate is good for agrarian society hinges on a delusion that sapiens have the option of living in a world without predators and entropy. It implies we can use our imaginations to adopt belief systems where people can be entrusted not to use their imaginary power to exploit our belief systems. It implies we can keep ourselves secure against systemic exploitation and abuse using nothing more than logical constraints encoded into rules of law to which systemic predators aren't sympathetic. For these and the reasons discussed at length throughout this chapter, it's unreasonable to believe that a kinetic stalemate represents a lasting peace. Instead, it's far more reasonable to believe that a kinetic stalemate represents a major systemic security hazard. A stalemate to war would represent a god-king's paradise. To improve our own capacity to survive and prosper, it is vital for us to understand that there is no such thing as a substitute to physical power as a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian basis for settling disputes and establishing pecking order, no matter how much people like to preach about alternatives. If it's true that agrarian society has stalemated itself at a global-scale strategic level with nuclear warheads, then that means agrarian society has never been more vulnerable to the threat of unimpeachable systemic exploitation and abuse than it has ever been in the past 10,000 years of populations suffering from the oppression of their god-kings. To understand the hazard we could be in, simply ask, what are the complex emergent social benefits of warfare that society would lose in a kinetic stalemate? The author has already enumerated these benefits, but to summarize to top 4, 1. Zero trust, permissionless and egalitarian control over resources. 2, the ability to physically resist, constrain, and decentralize dysfunctional abstract power hierarchies, and 3, the existential motivation to innovate and cooperate at increasingly higher scales, and 4, the ability to vector limited resources to the strongest and most intelligent members of the pack, who are demonstrably the best suited to survive in a world filled with predators and entropy. If these are valid benefits of warfare, then we can see that a stalemated society would be a trust-based, thus systemically insecure, permission-based, and inegalitarian society where a ruling class has unimpeachable control over a ruled class. A stalemated society would have no capacity to use kinetic power to physically constrain people from adopting a single ruling class to settle all their disputes, manage all their resources, and determine ownership of all their property. A stalemated society would have no existential motivators to cooperate at higher levels than the level required to maintain their stalemate. A stalemated society would have no way to identify who among them is demonstrably capable of navigating chaos and surviving in a world filled with predators and entropy. A stalemated society would have successfully mitigated the threat of invasion by neighboring abstract power hierarchies, only to make themselves far more exploitable by their own abstract power hierarchy. A global agrarian society locked in a strategic-level kinetic stalemate would necessarily have to adopt belief systems which utilize abstract power to settle their disputes, manage their resources, and establish their pecking order, because they would have lost the option of using physical power to accomplish this in a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way. To establish a global pecking order, the entire population would necessarily have to adopt a single abstract power hierarchy and give a single ruling class extraordinary amounts of abstract power and control authority over them. And then the whole world would have to trust that single ruling class not to exploit them, because they would be physically powerless to stop it at a strategic level. Hopefully, now the reader can understand why the author spent so much time discussing the power dynamics of modern agrarian society. These dynamics help us understand why modern agrarian society may have entered an unprecedentedly hazardous state after the invention of nuclear warfare and policies like mutually assured destruction. Without the ability to physically constrain and decentralize abstract power hierarchies, society would lose its means to physically secure itself against global-scale exploitation and abuse by a single tyrannical ruling class. All it would take for a tiny percentage of the population to gain completely centralized and unimpeachable control authority over the rest of the global population would be for high-ranking people inside nuclear-armed nations to collude within and between other nuclear-armed nations. Neo-oppressors would be able to exploit the world's belief systems without penalty, because the rest of the global population would no longer have the practical means to make it impossible to justify the physical cost of exploiting them. In other words, a kinetic stalemate between different nuclear-armed nations would also represent a kinetic stalemate between the ruled and ruling classes of those nations. In addition to making it too impractical to fight a strategic war between nuclear-armed nations, a stalemate could also make it too impractical to fight a civil or revolutionary war within nuclear-armed nations. If an incompetent, belligerent, or self-serving group of systemic predators were to regulatorily capture the abstract power granted to them within these nuclear-armed hierarchies, there might not be a practical way for civilians to escape their exploitation the same way they have always done it in the past, by summing together their kinetic physical power to make it too physically costly to continue exploiting them. In this kind of situation, an oppressed populace would always be trapped in a trust-based, permission-based, and inegalitarian system where a ruling class must always be trusted not to exploit their abstract power, simply because the population is otherwise physically powerless to countervail them. To put it in plain terms, a strategically stalemated populace would be a god-king's paradise. The population would be backed into a corner where they would have to rely on people with abstract power to settle their disputes and establish their pecking order for them. They would have to adopt a global-scale abstract power hierarchy to establish a global-scale pecking order, tacitly giving one ruling class more asymmetric abstract power and resource control authority than any ruling class has ever achieved. The global human population would have no choice but to trust their rulers not to exploit their abstract power, because they would otherwise have no practical means to physically countervail them. Non-nuclear kinetic warfare can lead to a non-nuclear stalemate. After hitting the kinetic ceiling with strategic nuclear warheads, society appears to be attempting to back themselves out of a corner by turning to non-nuclear kinetic warfare. The Korean War, Vietnam War, and the global war on terror are some examples of nuclear superpowers deliberately choosing to use weaker and less efficient power projection technologies to settle their disputes. Why would nuclear superpowers deliberately choose to use weaker and less efficient power projection technologies? Because it might be the only way kinetic power can still be useful as a basis for setting disputes and establishing pecking order. In other words, non-nuclear kinetic power might be the only way that a kinetic war can still have winners. Similar to the emergence of the idea of nation-states, kinetic warfare in the age of strategic nuclear warheads is another one of those situations where it is still too early to know how useful it will be as a mechanism for agrarian society to continue solving their disputes, managing their resources, and establishing their pecking order in a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way. The results so far appear to be inconclusive. No two nuclear superpowers have gone head-to-head with each other in physical combat to settle a meaningful dispute. Instead, they have fought proxy wars, for example, Cold Wars and trade wars. Since the invention of strategic nuclear warheads and the adoption of policies like mutually assured destruction, non-kinetic warfare has only been used to settle minor disputes in comparison to kinetic wars of the past. These disputes have ostensibly been between non-nuclear nations or asymmetrically powerful nations where one side has nukes and the other side doesn't. This means we essentially have no idea if kinetic warfare is useful at solving large-scale property or policy disputes between nuclear superpowers anymore, because we have not tried it yet. The author has a difficult time believing that non-nuclear kinetic warfare could settle a major global-scale dispute between nuclear superpowers without escalating to nuclear warfare and once again stalemating at some derivative form of mutually assured destruction. If we assume this is true, then we can conclude that society has indeed reached a kinetic stalemate at both the nuclear and non-nuclear level, and is therefore highly vulnerable to the systemic security hazards discussed throughout this chapter. But for the sake of argument, if we were to assume that it is still possible to settle major global-scale strategic disputes using non-nuclear kinetic warfare, then the author asserts it's not reasonable to believe this capability will last for long. If there still is a window of opportunity for kinetic warfare to be useful as a means to settle major strategic disputes, then that window of opportunity might be closing. As mentioned before, sapiens are obsessed with efficiency. Nuclear warheads represent what happens when sapiens create more efficient power projection technologies. They design and build power projection technologies that are so efficient they aren't practically useful. Nuclear warheads prove that too much power projection efficiency can become counterintuitively too inefficient. It's clearly possible to build power projection technologies that are so efficient at projecting power that they're too costly to use because of how destructive they are. With this in mind, consider what it means when agrarian society deliberately chooses to settle their disputes and establish their pecking order using non-nuclear technologies. It means they're going to strive to make their non-nuclear kinetic power projection technology more efficient. What is the end state of making non-nuclear kinetic power projection technologies more efficient? We already know what the end state is. Eventually, non-nuclear kinetic power projection technology will become too efficient to be practically useful. By deliberately choosing to withhold from nuclear warfare and engage in non-nuclear kinetic warfare as the primary basis for settling global disputes in a zero-trust, permissionless and egalitarian way, agrarian society is setting itself up for a situation where it discovers yet another way to make kinetic warfare too expensive to wage. Instead of nuclear technology, it would just be some non-nuclear technology that becomes too efficient at projecting power to be practically useful. The way things are starting to play out, it looks like it could be something involving artificial intelligence and swarms of flying, crawling and swimming drones. If we return to the chart showing the evolution of power projection technologies employed by agrarian society, we can illustrate this issue by adding another arrow to the chart. By choosing to engage in non-nuclear forms of kinetic warfare, agrarian society is essentially trying to fork its evolutionary path. The problem is that the forked path is just as vulnerable to running into the same kinetic ceiling. The end state of increasingly more efficient kinetic power projection technologies is the same, regardless of whether it's nuclear: kinetic stalemate. All that agrarian society will accomplish by forking the evolutionary path of kinetic power projection is to discover yet another way that kinetic wars can't be won. Yet another form of mutually assured destruction that leads to a kinetic stalemate at both the strategic and tactical level. Nations have started to realize that the best way to make their non-nuclear kinetic power projection technologies more efficient at projecting power is to take humans out of the loop. Software-operated drones are replacing human-operated machines. The size, weight, and power of these drones are collapsing. They're starting to fly in swarms. They're starting to drop bombs on people's heads with extraordinary precision. They're starting to think for themselves and predict human behavior better than humans can. The marginal cost of putting precisely the right amount of kinetic power in precisely the right place to impose the maximum amount of physical cost on attackers is plummeting thanks to drones. We're getting extremely good at kinetically striking people with surgical-like precision for cheap. At the same time, other technologies like artificial intelligence are converging. We are marching straight towards the dystopian future envisioned by the Wachowskis in The Matrix, where swarms of sentient killer robots patrol the skies over the ruins of their creators. Mutually assured destruction was the byproduct of the collapsing marginal cost of kinetic power projection technology following the discovery of nuclear technology. The more the marginal cost of projecting kinetic power decreases, the easier it becomes for multiple nations to scale it. But this same dynamic applies to non-nuclear technology too. The easier it is to scale non-nuclear kinetic power projection technologies, the easier it becomes for society to reach the kinetic ceiling again and once again arrive at the point where our kinetic power projection technology becomes too mutually devastating to be practically useful as a method for solving disputes. Human society cannot be safe from the threat of mutually assured destruction merely by switching to a non-nuclear form of kinetic warfare, because switching to a non-nuclear form of kinetic warfare doesn't do anything to address what caused mutually assured destruction to happen in the first place: the collapsing marginal cost of kinetic power projection caused by the discovery of new technologies. So even if we assume that non-nuclear kinetic wars between peers can still be conclusively won, which is already a tall assumption to make considering the track record of kinetic conflicts which have taken place after the invention of nuclear warheads, then we still have to acknowledge that the most that can be gained for our species from non-nuclear kinetic warfighting is temporary and incremental advantages along an evolutionary path of technology development that point towards the same dead end. Pun intended. Restructuring a military to win non-nuclear kinetic warfighting campaigns could represent the act of optimizing a military for a local maximum, not a global maximum. The end state of that effort is potentially a stalemate between nations at both the strategic and tactical levels, using both nuclear and non-nuclear technology. The key takeaway from this thought exercise is that there is essentially no way for agrarian society to escape from the bounded prosperity trap of a stalemate with kinetic warfare. All they can do is keeping forking the evolution of their kinetic power projection technologies to buy themselves small windows of time to settle disputes and establish their pecking order in a zero-trust and egalitarian way before they discover yet another way to mutually assure their own destruction. Non-kinetic, that is, electric power competitions, could enable mutually assured preservation. Now we finally arrive at a core insight about human physical power projection tactics, which is essential for understanding the potential national strategic implications of Bitcoin. As much as people wish for it, there can be no peace, because peace requires a world without predators, a world which doesn't exist. Consequently, if we stalemate ourselves with kinetic warfare, we don't create an environment without predators, so we don't get peace. Instead, we create a huge window of opportunity for predators to exploit us through our belief systems at unprecedented scale because they cannot be physically challenged or overthrown. A stalemate forces people into adopting abusive and exploitative abstract power hierarchies teeming with corruption because people lose the option of settling their disputes and establishing their pecking order in a zero-trust and egalitarian way using physical power. And if society tries to fork the evolution of kinetic power projection technology into a non-nuclear direction, they aren't going to solve the paradox of kinetic power projection. They are just going to discover another path to mutually assured destruction and find themselves stuck in the same bounded prosperity trap we're already stuck in, with the exact same systemic security vulnerabilities. The most that can be gained from continuing down the kinetic path could be minor victories against asymmetrically weak nations, not strategic victories against peers. How does society escape from this trap? Nature offers an idea: Antlers. We need a technology that will allow us to continue to use physical power as the basis for settling our disputes, managing our resources, and establishing our pecking order in a zero-trust and egalitarian way, while still keeping ourselves systemically secure by empowering us to impose severe physical costs on our attackers. But we need a way to do this that either minimizes or eliminates the need to kill our own kind. To accomplish this, we need a different, non-kinetic form of physical power projection technology that could allow us to engage in global-scale physical power competitions in a zero-trust and egalitarian way, but non-lethally and non-destructively. It needs to be a power projection technology that will not become increasingly impractical to use as people become increasingly more efficient at projecting physical power and imposing severe physical costs on their neighbors. This new form of physical power projection technology should never be too efficient to be practically useful, no matter how efficient we try to make it. Using this new type of non-kinetic power projection technology, a kinetically stalemated society could continue along their path of technological evolution without having to worry about hitting a kinetic ceiling. While maintaining the kinetic stalemate, a society could continue to chase after an infinite prosperity margin for themselves by maximizing their CA and minimizing RBCRA. This would allow them to keep themselves secure against both foreign invasion and domestic exploitation by making it impossible to justify the physical cost of attacking or exploiting them, no matter how efficient they make their power projection technology and no matter how much physical power they project. Here, we uncover a remarkable idea. The future of global-scale strategic warfighting is perhaps more likely to be a form of electronic warfare rather than a form of kinetic warfare. Why? For the simple reason that kinetic warfare is literally a dead end for agrarian society. Society could have already stalemated itself by identifying a kinetic path to mutually assured destruction where wars can't be conclusively won and disputes can't be conclusively settled. There might be very little to gain by identifying yet another kinetic path to mutually assured destruction where wars continue to be unwinnable and disputes continue to be unsettleable using kinetic technology, and that's assuming it's still even possible to fight strategic conflicts with nuclear peers that don't escalate to the nuclear level, which the author highly doubts. Forking the evolutionary path of kinetic power projection tactics, techniques and technologies to pursue non-nuclear options isn't going to change the direction of this 10,000-plus year trend. Agrarian society is still marching towards another form of kinetic stalemate, and that's assuming we make a tall assumption that we haven't already reached it. Instead, the future of warfare seems to be a non-kinetic form of global physical power competition that can continue evolving in the same direction as other physical power projection technologies up and to the right, without running into a kinetic ceiling where it becomes too lethal or destructive to be practically useful. The future of warfare seems like it will be the kind of physical competition that can actually be won, so that our property and policy disputes can actually be settled. Otherwise, it's not really the future of warfare, it's just the continuation of the same stalemate we could be in right now. The key to winning future wars, therefore, seems to be finding the battlefield where battles can still be fought and won, no matter how powerful and efficient sapiens make their power projection technologies, and clearly that's cyberspace. The future battlefield of national-scale warfare could be an electro-cyber battlefield where nations impose severe physical costs on each other electronically rather than kinetically. In this future, nations would increasingly rely on soft forms of non-kinetic power projection that involves charges passing across resistors, as opposed to exclusively relying on hard forms of warfare that involves forces displacing masses. Of course, hard war would still exist, but perhaps mostly to preserve the kinetic stalemate caused by the kinetic power paradox discussed in the previous section. That is, the more efficient nations get at kinetic power projection, the less efficient it becomes as a power projection tactic because it becomes too dangerous to use. To put it simply, if sapiens are going to evolve Antlers so they can continue to engage in global power competitions to settle property and policy disputes and establish pecking order in a zero-trust and egalitarian way that can't be kinetically stalemated, it seems highly likely they're going to be electronic Antlers. Electric power projection technology would allow a population to keep themselves physically secure against systemic predators, while the kinetic stalemate would continue to keep them secure against foreign invaders. The resulting electric power competition would also preserve a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way for settling disputes, determining who gets control over resources and achieving consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property. Nikola Tesla already predicted this would eventually happen. This idea isn't new, it's actually more than a century old. Tesla predicted something like this in his essay entitled The Problem of Increasing Human Energy. Tesla predicted the kinetic power projection paradox in 1900. He already saw the potential for kinetic power projection to scale to the point where it would no longer be useful as a basis for engaging in physical disputes. As one of the world's leading experts in electricity at the time, he also saw how electronic warfare could one day replace kinetic warfare. He predicted society would hit a ceiling with its large and clumsy kinetic power projection technologies and be forced out of existential necessity to evolve towards human out-of-the-loop, global-scale, machine-on-machine warfare. And he saw this all before the invention of cars, tanks, airplanes, aerial bombardment, nuclear bombs, and drones. In his words, what is the next phase in this evolution? Not peace as yet, by any means. The next change, which should naturally follow from modern developments, should be the continuous diminution of the number of individuals engaged in battle. The apparatus will be one of specifically great power, but only a few individuals will be required to operate it. This evolution will bring more and more into prominence a machine with the fewest individuals as an element of warfare, and the absolutely unavoidable consequence of this will be the abandonment of large, clumsy, slowly moving, and unmanageable units. Greatest possible speed and maximum rate of energy delivery by the war apparatus will be the main object. The loss of life will become smaller and smaller, and finally the number of the individuals continuously diminishing. Merely machines will meet in a contest without bloodshed, the nations being simply interested, ambitious spectators. When this happy condition is realized, peace will be assured. Here we can see Tesla predicting that people would develop power projection technologies capable of projecting great power, but simultaneously requiring less human-in-the-loop operation. This assertion is followed by another assertion that assured peace wouldn't be possible if these power projection technologies caused bloodshed. He claims that mutually assured peace would only be feasible if these power-projecting machines did battle against each other via an energy competition. Otherwise, power projection technologies would become too savage and destructive. His prediction aligns to what was outlined in this section, that nations would run into kinetic stalemates and not be able to achieve mutually assured peace until they settled on a way to fight their wars non-kinetically, in a way that eliminates bloodshed and mutually assures the preservation of human life no matter how powerful it becomes. No matter to what degree of perfection rapid-fire guns, high-power cannons, explosive projectiles, torpedo boats or other implements of war may be brought, no matter how destructive they may be made, that condition of assured peace can never be reached through any such development. Their object is to kill and to destroy. To break this fierce spirit, a radical departure must be made. An entirely new principle must be introduced, something that never existed before in warfare, a principle which will forcibly, unavoidably, turn the battle into a mere spectacle, a play, a contest without loss of blood. If we combine the core concepts provided in this chapter with Tesla's insights, then we get the following argument. The way for agrarian society to assure a lasting peace between nations is not to keep building increasingly more efficient kinetic power projection technologies, which do nothing but win small victories and identify new ways to place ourselves into situations where wars can't be won because they're too lethal and destructive. Instead, the way to assure lasting peace between nations is to give people the means to engage in peaceful, non-kinetic warfare with each other. To that end, it is reasonable to believe that nations will continue to compete against each other in global-scale physical power competitions to settle their disputes and their established pecking order in a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way. But they will learn how to do it increasingly more electronically rather than kinetically. They will extend the battlefield into a new domain, where battles can still be won, where people can still physically secure the resources they value. The key to a sustainable peace that is safe against systemic predators, therefore, appears to be some form of electronic warfare. Whereas kinetic power competitions lead to mutually assured destruction and stalemates that place society into a systemically vulnerable pickle where they can be exploited at unprecedented scale by abstract power hierarchies, electric power competitions lead to mutually assured preservation. Electric power makes it possible to settle disputes, establish control authority over resources, and achieve consensus on the legitimate state of ownership and chain of custody of property in a zero-trust, permissionless, and egalitarian way that can't be exploited by people wielding imaginary power. All that needs to be done to keep people's valuable resources, like bits of information to include financial information, physically secure against both foreign invasion and internal corruption is to maintain the kinetic stalemate while utilizing an electronic form of physical power projection. That way, people can impose severe physical costs on all forms of attackers. Einstein's theories support Tesla's theories. Einstein theorized that matter is swappable with energy. If that's true, then instead of fighting wars by blasting people with projectiles, we should be able to blast them with energy in a non-kinetically destructive manner and get similar emergent properties. In this case, the emergent property is physical security. A watt of physical power is a watt of physical power, regardless of whether it's generated using forces displacing masses or charges passing across resistors. It should therefore be possible to settle global-scale physical conflicts using an energy-based or soft form of global power competition, rather than a mass-based or hard form of global power competition. The question is, how? Tesla attempted an answer. To bring on this result, men must be dispensed with, machine must fight machine. But how to accomplish that which seems impossible? The answer is simple enough. Produce a machine capable of acting as though it were part of a human being, a machine embodying a higher principle which will enable it to perform its duties as though it had intelligence, experience, judgment, a mind. Tesla made this prediction more than 40 years before the first operational general-purpose computer. He died a year before it was built, and 2 years before the first successful detonation of a nuclear warhead. Already admired by history as one of the world's greatest scientific minds, these predictions may one day make Tesla famous for also being a military strategic thinker. He essentially predicted that software would lead to soft war, that a lasting peace could be achieved if agrarian society could figure out a way to wage wars by having their machines battle other machines using great sums of energy, and humans watched eagerly from the sidelines. If we assume Tesla's predictions will eventually come true, then humankind has one extremely important question it needs to answer as quickly as possible before they reach the next non-nuclear form of mutually assured destruction. What would a global-scale electronic power competition look like, where machines battled machines in a non-lethal way and humans watched from the sidelines? In other words, what would agrarian society's electronic antlers look like?